like to call the meeting to order, please. Would Reverend Lowe Davis please do the introduction for us, for the person who's going to do our invocation?
Okay. The invocation tonight will be given to us by the new pastor of Southport Presbyterian Church, Reverend Carrie Evans. And I know that we'll all welcome her, especially the fact that she comes to us with a strong background in community outreach.
Please rise.
Yep, there we go. Got it. I need to be reminded on Sundays too. Let's join our hearts in prayer. God of all creation, God of all people, God that we raise our praises to and we lift up our burdens and worries, be with us in this place. For you have called us into this world with our own gifts and talents and abilities to lead, to speak, to pray, and to be a community that works together, loves together, lives together, and serves together. So allow this space, this time to be just that, and to your glory. Amen. She told me quick. Thank you, I'm headed to Bible school.
There's a little change in this whole thing. We're going to be facing this flag instead of that flag, so you don't have to keep turning around. Okay? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So about 45 minutes ago, I received a phone call from a father of one of the young women that was on the South Brunswick softball team to find out that the line of communication to the team players did not go as expected. And he was asking me, was something going to happen this evening? So after making several other phone calls, we realized that a good hunk of the team had not been notified. So, unfortunately, we're going to pull that proclamation, that recognition, probably until July, but that will be contingent on how many other players are around. We're going to do it when they are going to be here, because obviously we want to recognize all of them. But I want to tell you up front that we did not know about this until just 45 minutes ago or so. But with that, I would like to ask Chief Coring to come up and do the honors.
Thank you, Mayor, Board of Aldermen, citizens. My name's Chief Coring, and I'm honored to be here tonight. I don't have a budget request or anything like that. This is kind of some good news. And again, you've heard me say before, anytime I can come before the citizens with good news and brag on our officers, it's always great time spent for me. So this is Eric Mahoney. He's one of our patrol officers. He's on night shift, so you may not see him sometimes during the day. And while I was waiting to bring him up, he said, well, this may be a good thing or a bad thing, Chief, because when I came here, I had hair. And so, but Eric is he is our Officer of the Year this year for 2024, and he was honored at a luncheon last month with several other officers in our neighboring agencies, and I just wanted to present him before our aldermen and our citizens and read this brief. He's already got his official, plaque, but this is just something we wanted to honor him with for our citizens tonight. In recognition of your dedication and excellence in serving and protecting the citizenry of Southport, you've been chosen by your peers as Southport Police Officer of the Year. Your passion, dedication, and heart of service reflects greatly upon you and everything that you do. Your actions reflect great credit upon yourself, the citizens, and the City of Southport Police Department, given this 13th day of June, 2024. So we appreciate you, Eric. Thank you. Very good. All right. So with that, he's gonna hit the street. So if you need him tonight, call 911. His shift sergeant and his officers are here to support him tonight as well, so we appreciate our officers, and I'm just blessed to be the chief, so I'll turn it back over to you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you very much. I'm going to read the ethics statement now. If any members know of any conflict of interest or the appearance of a conflict of interest concerning matters on the agenda, please so state at this time. Yes, ma'am.
Mayor,
and I have spoken with the city attorney, consulted with him to make sure that this is appropriate. My partner is a volunteer applicant for the Parks and Recreation Committee, and I would like to recuse myself from consideration of those appointments.
Okay, so all of those who are who agree with this this exclusion, would you please raise your hands and say aye? Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Thank you, ma'am. The next item on the agenda is the public comment. Madam Clerk.
Judith Jeffries.
And just a reminder that, would you please say your name and where you're from, and push the little button so the little red light goes on.
Thank you all for giving me this time to speak this evening. My name is Judy Jeffries. I live at 1409 South Shore Drive, Southport, and I'm here this evening to speak about Taylor Field. As far as I know, everyone who is aware of this park has no objections, myself included. It is an important part of a good, healthy city and county. That is why the location needs to be well thought out. The facility should be funded by the county and located in a county area with ample parking at a reasonable distance from both a dog park and a historic cemetery. Shade is necessary. There isn't any at this location. These important features were not considered as important. Low White Park and Cabinets Park, for instance, were they considered for their shade? Folks with dogs go through and near the area of this park. Excited dogs and excited kids don't mix well. Please consider moving the location to a spot that makes a lot more sense than this one. Thank you.
Susan, thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak this evening. Thank you. My name is Susan Dieterle, and my address is 1453 South Shore Drive in Southport. The reason why I'm speaking today is because I am truly concerned about the location for the playground for disabled children at the Taylor Field. I know disabled children. I have over 30 years' experience with special education and general education children. My classroom was a controlled environment with children with various disabilities. Suddenly, a child could react to a sound, a touch, a movement, and all of a sudden, it would turn into an uncontrollable meltdown. It was scary. The child was frightened. The other children was frightened. Children with disabilities are extremely unpredictable. You never know when something may arise that might upset them. For example, my dog is a lovely, large golden retriever who is extremely friendly. However, she becomes extremely concerned in any environment if she hears a child cry or a child screaming. She doesn't understand. All she wants to do is save the child. This action could be interpreted by a disabled child, a parent, or a teacher as an attack and not a friendly gesture. I am truly and respectfully asking to please reconsider the location for the disabled playground to a calmer and safer location. I know you would not like to have a child hurt or a possible lawsuit against Southport. I would like to end by saying I am in support for a disabled playground, but not at Taylor Park. I believe children deserve better. Thank you.
Peggy Poplars.
I'm sorry, ma'am, before you start, are you each going to speak separately, or is she speaking for
No,
you?
they're just standing here with me.
Gotcha, thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I am Peggy Poplars, current president of Downtown Southport, or DSI, and these are several of our DSI board members. Before I start, my husband, Frank, is going to pass out some information that you're welcome to follow what I'm talking about. There will be some numbers in there, so you might find that helpful. Okay. As I said, I am the current president of Downtown Southport. I'm here today to share with you some information about DSI. Since 2007, DSI has had a great working relationship with the Southport city managers, city department heads, elected officials. We work closely with them on common goals and at activities that would encourage and engage its citizens, help protect its heritage and culture while creating activities for enjoyment. This relationship allowed DSI to provide activities, events, and purchase items for the city without the city having to budget some of these. Since 2013, this totally volunteer, non-for-profit group has provided $201,259 in contributions and donations for the improvement that both the city, other nonprofits, as well as DSI felt would make a positive impact on the city. Some of our larger contributions of this $201,259, $34,400 was spent for wayfinding signs and city maps. Actually, I think we put those in about 10 years ago. $29,679 was spent on planter boxes. $29,000, 4th of July naturalization ceremonies. $15,400, Franklin Square Park, Garrison lawn maintenance, and a tree survey. $10,000 for the Weather Tower Preservation Fund. $9,800 to the Friends of the Library Outdoor Garden. $8,775 has been spent on the concerts that we so enjoy. In addition to these contributions and donations, in October 2021, DSI applied for a $25,000 Southport Hometown Revitalization Grant from the Duke Energy Foundation, and we were awarded that grant. The goal of the grant was to help local businesses, from restaurants to retailers, adapt to the unprecedented challenges caused by COVID-19 pandemic. DSI managed this grant, and 14 local businesses were awarded funds from this $25,000. Therefore, almost $250,000 has been contributed, donated, or dispersed by DSI over these last 17 years. In September 2023, there seemed to be a change in the positive attitude about DSI when a small group of citizens began blaming and accusing DSI as the reason for the current state of Franklin Square Park. the lack of adequate maintenance of the park for the last 60 years, hurricanes, ice storms, etc., were not even taken into consideration. DSI as a group or individually were criticized at city board meetings under public comments, social media, letters to the editor, home phone voice messages, emails, even though we were strong supporters and we supported and agreed that Franklin Square Park needed serious maintenance. DSI was questioned about where DSI spent its funds. Over the years, 3 years of tax returns were provided by DSI's accountant, as well as details of the expenditures to those questioning our funding statement. There were no inconsistencies found. On December 21st, 2023, the city closed Franklin Square Park due to a heightened concern over the condition of the park, and especially the deterioration and the potential danger of the live oak trees. DSI sent a press release on January 1st, 2024, stating that DSI would be suspending its outdoor market and festivals in 2024. One reason was that DSI tried to find alternative locations, but could not find a viable site to host the festivals and the markets in the manner and size we had done in the past. Another reason is that DSI and all volunteer organizations needed a reprieve from all the criticisms, untrue accusations, and abusive rhetoric regarding DSI and Franklin Square Park. We needed to take a break and try to regain our enthusiasm and energy. This was the time that DSI needed the community's positive support even more than ever. We would like the city and the community to remember what all DSI has accomplished over these past 17 years. We published a summary of these accomplishments in the Stateport pilot. They're also listed on the DSI website. Thank you for your time.
Becky Bowles.
Hi, my name is Becky Bowles, and I live on West St. George Street. I am also here in support of Taylor Field to remain a field. Southport has become a destination for so many people, and Taylor Field provides our residents and their pets a unique experience. I support an all-inclusive playground, but not in Southport. If it is for all of Brunswick County to use, why put it in a small town, not centrally located in the county, in a residential area with increased traffic on our city streets, and we have very little parking as it is. Smithfield District Park has over 23 acres, facilities, and ample parking, and appears to me to be a better location. Thank you.
Janine Browning.
I'm Janine Browning, and I'm on East 8th Street. I too want to talk about Taylor Field, especially the word field. I'm all for an inclusive playground, but I think there are better places to put it. Low White Park has been suggested, Cavaniss Park has been suggested, and some others. And I think it'd be great to attract some younger families to our town. One of the ways to do that is to put in a softball / t-ball / kickball field there, that could be used for many, many, many other things when the games aren't going on, and the games could be published, the times, so that anyone with a dog that was a little anxious, let's put it that way, could avoid the area. But I think that's one way that we could attract younger families, which I think we really need in our town. That's it. Thank you.
Elaine McBride.
Hello, I'm Elaine McBride. I live at 319 East Bay Street on the corner of Brett. So I'm just 2 blocks away from Taylor Field, which I'm here to talk about. It seems like everybody's touched on the same thing I've wanted to say, so it may be repetitive, but it's bear with me. Just let me undo this. I'm going to talk about the open space. We don't have a whole lot in our town, obviously. Think about when your visitors come, your family, whomever, you have a place to go. You have a place to take them to play games, play kickball, throw the football, play frisbee, just have an enjoyable afternoon. I also wanted to touch on the facility itself. There's a lovely trail, a lovely course, a lap, as we would call it, to work out on. You see plenty of people out there. They have the little workstations, workout stations. They're lovely. I think the fact that we don't have other activities that would detract from the peace and the tranquility that we receive out there, I think anyone that's ever been out there, it's a place of prayer, meditation, just nature, and I would like to see it kept that way. And it is called Taylor Field, so let's keep it a field and go have a good time out there. Okay, thank you.
Pam Rainey.
My name is Pam Rainey. I live at 301 North Atlantic. I've lived in Southport for 20 years now. I do speak on behalf of Taylor Park, perhaps a little bit different perspective. I do have a very active golden retriever, so we're down there at least once a day, if not twice a day. So thank you. Toby says thank you for the park, the dog park. It's been very interesting for me to see how the park is being used. It's sort of organically. People find a use for it, for their families, church groups doing Easter egg hunts. The other night, there's a beautifully set pavilion that family was doing a graduation party. It's like a no-fuss place. I mean, everyone takes care of it. There's never any trash scattered around or anything like that. So I think that just demonstrates the value that I think people feel for having the park. The other thing I want to mention, I lost it on my phone, so I'm going to do this from memory. If you read the deed restrictions and conditions, number 2 states by the grantor that the use of the park, or excuse me, the field, Taylor Field, is for recreation, and that it is for the benefit of the community, which is Southport, not the county. That was not the intent. It was for Southport. And I agree, comments have already been made. Empty space is kind of good for us all. We live in a really tight-knit community. Nobody's on 1-acre lots, half-acre lots. So to be able to see space, to sit and read a book, I've seen people do that, or congregate over coffee and just be with friends. So, or kids just running around, having a grand old time. So that space is so valuable that once lost, I don't know we could get it back to the way it is today. So thank you.
Karen Boyan.
Mr. Mayor and Aldermen, my name is Karen Boyan. I live at 310 North Atlantic Avenue in Southport. Regarding the Regional Field of Dreams equipment, great idea, wrong location. I was encouraged to read that Steve Stone, of Brunswick County Manager, and Aaron Perkins, the County Parks and Recreation Manager, feel they have the space for such a park, but they don't have any funding. I am excited about this. What if Southport and the surrounding cities join together to write grants to build this project in a more centrally located county park for all the citizens of Brunswick County to use? During the May 9th, 2024 Alderman meeting, Mayor Alt agreed to hold a citizens workshop. Has that date been set? When is this meeting going to be? I would request that the meeting be in the late afternoon or evening, because many of our citizens work, and 9 a.m. meetings mean no one shows up. Parks and Rec Master Plan, April 19. The original plan for Taylor Field, clearly on page 17, section 3, the top 5 desires for the citizens of Southport: trails, more picnic areas, public restrooms, a dog park, and non-program open space. On the part of final site plan, page 26 reflects a dog park, restrooms, shelters, a small playground, and a large open space. Page 27, section 4, open lawn is essential to provide uses for multiple uses, providing uses for multiple things. Lawn games, picnics, large enough for various sports games. On page 18, the current Parks and Rec Master Plan says most Americans agree that preserving undeveloped land for outdoor recreation is important. Was there any consideration to the topography of Taylor Field? It sits in a hole with no shade, and the field itself bakes in hot sun. Today, for instance, I went down there with a thermometer. Lovely 88-degree day, but the middle of the field was 115 degrees. I have spoken to neighbors who use the dog park and belong to Southport Walks. Many of these groups are now meeting as early as 8 a.m. because it's unbearable and brutal in the park in the middle of the day. If building this park has to be within the city limits, both Cavness Park and Low White Park offer shade and have a large enough footprint to accommodate the equipment that would be an enhancement to either park. In closing, the Boundless Park is certainly going to be a regional park, so why not look at other locations that are easily accessible to our growing Brunswick County? As you know, growth and traffic are a real issue for our small town. With most of the development growing northwest of the city, why not explore with the county a very best location for this equipment? Yes, these children need an opportunity, but Taylor Field is not the right place. Do you believe that at 115 degrees, any mother is going to put their child in their car, drive to Taylor Field, and stay there for a half hour? I doubt it. My dog can't stay out there for 10 minutes. Thank you for your time. I look forward to the upcoming Citizens Workshop. Thank you very much.
Jean Brownbush.
My name is Jeannie Brownbush, and I live at 416 Burrington Avenue. Hello again. I'd like to continue to discuss the Taylor Field of Dreams Inclusive Playground. I'm not here to rehash concerns over parking, traffic, dog parks, or green space. As I previously did, I'm not going to cite examples of our budget challenges to show that our very, very, very limited city revenues need to be directed at sustaining and repairing rather than building new. Tonight I'm only going to ask, what is the projected cost of maintaining this playground year after year after year after year? And where is that money coming from? If we don't know that, the Taylor Field of Dreams needs to be postponed. Thank you.
Sue Hodgen.
I'm Sue Hodgen. I reside at 608 Cottage Point Way here in Southport. I come to you tonight as a citizen of Southport, not as a member of any club, association, or board with which I may be affiliated. I want to address our city administration and my fellow citizens of Southport regarding House Bill 1064 that was introduced in early May and successfully cleared the House floor and made its way to the Senate on June 11th. This bill came about as the result of one citizen's complaint to his legislator about his property rights and fines that were imposed for clearing lots, cutting trees without obtaining a tree permit. Now let's be clear, tree permits have been in place and required for both in-city and ETJ home construction since Southport's tree ordinance first went into effect in 2018, right through its most recent updates in 2022. Area builders are not unaware of pertinent ordinances and the availability of city staff to guide them and property owners through the long-standing requirements. In a recent Southport meeting, I heard a resident ask a city employee if any applicant had ever been denied a tree permit, and the answer was no. Staff stated that the permit's intent is not to keep someone from cutting trees for home construction, but so that the city can work with the applicant to maximize the good that comes from our tree ordinance. So it appears that this owner, builder simply decided to turn away from the requirements to which the rest of us are held, and having never talked with city staff, then complained to his legislator friends when accountability came a-calling. It's been determined, I hear, that one of the fines issue was an admin error with clearing done some time ago. Rightly or wrongly done, it was done. There were no fresh cuts or evidence of recent clearing, so that fine was voided. There still remains a fine, which is now being appealed through established processes. Now, getting back to the legislation, I'm bothered that there have been no updates, no city transparency to the citizens regarding it after its introduction. We only got a statement that, quote, "We're hoping for good results." We've had some in leadership say they have legislators on speed dial and that they could get to them immediately. Where were those speed dials when all this moved down the tracks? City residents should have gotten more information to encourage full understanding and involvement. If you haven't been involved in legislative matters before, or in North Carolina more specifically, then you may not understand that by the time a bill reaches a committee agenda, concerted effort has already been made for the perfunctory execution of a vote. The House's local government committee meeting that was held on June 11th was no different. If you weren't in the room or attending virtually, as I was, you don't get to go back and view it. Committee meetings for our General Assembly are only live streamed, not recorded. There were a couple committee members who questioned whether the General Assembly should be getting in the business of a municipality. That, I contend, is government overreach. The committee chair allowed a tit-for-tat exchange between our mayor and County Commissioner Pat Sykes. She was supportive of this legislation, though the majority of our county commissioners had earlier rethought and rescinded their initial support, urging instead much warranted discussion. You didn't hear that from Ms. Sykes this week in Raleigh. She sounded as if she was speaking for all the county commissioners, and perhaps in all truthfulness, she was. There were incorrect and exaggerated statements made by Commissioner Sykes regarding her neighborhood's taxation and regulation without representation. It was quite strong a statement for conservative-minded legislators to hear, even though it had misleading nomenclature. True, the ETJ residents do not vote for our elected officials by their choice. That choice also evades any obligations to city taxes. While they do, in fact, benefit, just like in-city dwellers, from the city to which they are adjacent, enjoying its local restaurants, shopping, streets for riding and walking, events, and other available services should not be taken lightly or discounted when inconvenient or when a brush-up occurs. It's also very true, but was not brought out by Ms. Sykes, that several of our boards and committees here in Southport do have ETJ representation. On the planning board, we have 3 ETJ seats, at least for right now. And I want to state, too, that we depend on the involvement, insight, and togetherness that our ETJ members bring. On the planning board, as I'm sure is the same on the other boards and committees here in town, we consider our ETJ members part of us, part of our city. Obviously, a large number of the ETJ residents considered themselves otherwise, as Representative Miller and Ms. Sykes were successfully delivered a petition that, as Representative Miller stated, got 301 signatures in support of removing any and all oversight or protection of the ETJ by Southport. Ms. Sykes referred to clearing a property behind her own home for a development, quote, "hardly a tree has been left standing," unquote, she said. She conveniently neglected to mention that the development to which she referred was approved before the adoption of Southport's tree ordinance. The benefit of the ETJ is that from a planning and use perspective, we can have one vision for the Southport area. Cohesiveness of planning, cohesiveness of the built environment. Southport's going through a comp plan revision right now, and the ETJ has not been left out of that visioning. Brunswick County just did one, and there was 0 vision for Southport's ETJ. In it, there will be no plan to follow. I believe that 1064 came about as a plan with an overall larger purpose, conveniently camped onto an issue for one individual. And I don't believe that the majority of ETJ residents understand the ramifications of the action forwarded in 1064. Here inside our city limits, we have encapsulated properties that are actually zoned ETJ inside our city limits. Those could be drastically changed with this legislation. Think about the changes that could potentially take place just between Dozier Hospital and Famous Subs. As well, the larger ETJ area outside our city limits will become empowered, if this bill passes the Senate and becomes law, to be developed by county standards. With no tree ordinance, no protections in place, the no-holds-barred Wild Wild West could come to the ETJ. I've attended several Brunswick County Planning Board meetings and also heard one county commissioner say his, quote, two main drives are tourism and development, unquote. I've watched county administrations say yes to almost every development, from 50 to 7,000 proposed units, with zero tree protection in place. Already, county agricultural and forestry ordinance allows burn-off and timbering. And after those activities, any owner's next natural occurrence is a sell-off to a developer. Now, I will say that after public outcry and the county's light bulb finally coming on, that trees and open space are a necessity for our health, well-being, and resiliency against environmental forces, it drafted a tree ordinance and requested its approval during this session of the General Assembly, as it was required to do, only to have that request slow-walked and left in the dust of the General Assembly's crossover deadlines. Does that tell anyone the likelihood of this General Assembly, this county being ready for the powerful sway and contributions of developers, home builders, and rolling right on down to investors? I wrote my own letter to Representative Miller and Senator Rabin in late May. I hope you all did too. A Facebook activist group is still urging everyone to contact Representative Miller. There is no further need for that. 1064 has now made it to the Senate floor and passed its first reading already. It now resides with the Senate Rules Committee, chaired by our own Senator Bill Rabin. You can email him at bill.rabin@ncleg.gov or call him at 919-733-5963. In closing, I'd say that when politicians, either from a state, county, or our own local level, show themselves okay with putting the needs of one or a few over the needs of the whole, let them. When they become okay with showing you who they really are, rather than what you perceive them to be, let them. And learn from their actions. It was Winston Churchill who said, quote, "I no longer listen to what people say. I just watch what they do. Behavior never lies," unquote. Thank you.
Linda Pecanis.
Here? Oh, okay, thank you. That is one of my favorite Winston Churchill quotes, and thank you. I loved hearing your presentation and your talk because there was some of that I didn't know, and I know it's really a serious issue. So on that note, I just want to start by saying to you all that I appreciate everyone that's sitting around this table. I'm very close to someone who used to sit at this table, and I know it's not an easy task. I'm not going to talk. I originally wanted to talk about a couple things, and one thing was about Taylor Field, but I think everyone has pretty much said how I feel. I am all for an inclusive park, and I commend Heather for all the work that she's done in researching grant opportunities. I just strongly believe that should be with the county, and I know everybody has already said that. I think that the board does owe going back into the notes and following the trail. We should not come up with a strategic plan and then change it every time there's somebody new on the board. And like, I think it was Carrie that mentioned what everybody's strong desires were. And if you look at even the not even an all-inclusive, but a part period, it was way on the bottom with like 4 sticky notes versus, double digits for about 15 other ideas. And another 4 noted thing was pickleball. And I'm not suggesting pickleball in any way. I'm just saying that let's not recreate the wheel. If you feel that you need to get input again from the citizens, and do it, and put a plan together, and let's stay on that plan. But I think you're going to find that a lot of citizens have not changed how they envision that park. It's beautiful right now, and I am in awe of everyone that put it together. So anyway, I don't want to talk a lot about that, but I do want to mention, and I have a quote too. I do love quotes, and this is on a different subject. I think that with Taylor Park, you can follow the process through the last 5 years or whatever and see what was done and what everybody said, and that's a very clear-cut issue. But I think that we've all experienced some things in this town over the last couple months that we need to work on, and I look to you guys to work on it. Because I know you can work on a budget, and numbers are easy, but sometimes the climate and the passion of a community needs some TLC. Helen Keller once said, "Alone we can do so little, together we can do so much." And I think that is a very true statement. Over the past 6 months, I have witnessed a cloud of negativity in Southport. I've felt that a lot of different things and people and charges there was negative vibes with it. There were negative thoughts. There were negative, and we've talked about some of them earlier when we talked about DSI. That our soul, our passion of Southport, why we all volunteer, why we're all here, why you guys spend tons of time, why volunteers spend tons of time, is because we love Southport. We are so blessed to be here. I think that whether, it's up to the council and all of us to really look at what we love and to work strongly together, but to not look at, my focus was on volunteers, to value volunteers, to value the community. Nobody's a third party. Everybody's a volunteer, or can be a volunteer. You can offset the amount of money that you have to pay for employees. I'm not discounting that you shouldn't be doing what you're doing with your budget or anything like that. I'm just saying tap into that volunteer, tap into that energy, that passion, that love, because that's gonna help Southport more than almost anything you can do. So anyway, I know it's a long meeting. I'm going to end it by just saying, please think about the kind of passion, the kind of tone that you set, because it's important, and it's going right through here. It's negative on top of negative, and we don't need that. We need the kind of love that we deserve in Southport.
The last name is Carolyn, and I'm sorry I cannot read the last name, but it's Old Baker. I apologize, ma'am. It's me, Carolyn Hankins.
Good afternoon. My name is Carolyn Hankins, and I do reside at 5485 Old Baker Avenue. Tonight, I will say that I will not be reading from any notes, but I'm here, and I don't know if it has been approved or not. I know it's very hard to fight these big companies and agencies, but I'm here to express still my opposition on rezoning the property at on Highway 87. It's, I know that we do see some growth now on the roads that are being prepared, but where I live on 5480, off of 5485 Old Baker Avenue, there are yellow lines, and those yellow lines mean that you are not supposed to go inside those lines to try and turn. And the people here, some are in such a rush to get nowhere, really, but to have an accident. They expect for you to get inside of those lines and let them pass. And they be honking their horns, they be on your bumper and on. But I'm really concerned about the rezoning of 87. Do you know if you rezone, is there any guarantee that you won't have larger businesses coming into your area right there on that main highway? Have you thought about that? Or is that a factor in your consideration? Old Baker Avenue, from my understanding, it was a right-of-way from one end to the opposite end years ago. I don't remember all of that, but I am old enough to know that I live right beside Old Baker Avenue, and I am very concerned about the development coming and taking up the easement. I do thank you. I do ask for your consideration. Thank you.
I have several comments to read now. Thank you. The first is from Matt Thorne, the owner of the Saucy Southerner. Dear city officials of Southport, I am writing to express my concern and seek clarification regarding the substantial increase in fire inspection fees imposed on local businesses in Southport. Since the Saucy Southerner opened in 2020, the fire inspection fee has been under $100 each year, which has now escalated to over $500 as of our 2024 inspection. This represents a tenfold increase in one season, a change that has significant financial implications for businesses in our community. As a dedicated business owner in Southport, I am deeply troubled by the lack of prior notification regarding this increase. Such a drastic hike in fees should have been communicated to business owners well in advance to allow for adequate financial planning and budgeting. Transparency and communication are key to maintaining a healthy relationship between the city administration and the local business community. In light of these concerns, I would appreciate it if you could provide detailed information on the following: a rationale for the increase. What specific factors or circumstances have necessitated such a significant rise in fire inspection fees? Has there been an increase in operational cost, regulatory changes, or other underlying reasons? Notification process. Why were business owners not informed about this increase in a timely manner? What steps does the city plan to take in the future to ensure that businesses are adequately informed about such important changes? A breakdown of fees. What exactly do the increased fees cover, and how do they benefit our businesses? Understanding these points will help myself and others better plan and manage our operations while ensuring compliance with all fire safety regulations. Moreover, this transparency will foster a more cooperative relationship between the city and its business community. I look forward to your prompt response and appreciate your attention to this matter. Thank you for your time and assistance. This is from Maria Horton at 414 Burrington Avenue. It was addressed to Ms. Meehan, but she asked me to read it to the board. Thank you for assisting me via phone and sharing that a determination related to alleyways has not yet been finalized. As the individual owner of Lot 3R and the trustee for the James P. Horton Living Trust, owner of the Lot 1R, I am requesting that the City of Southport clear and clean the designated alleyway behind those properties. Trees in and blocking the alleyway exceeded 3 inches in diameter at breast height. A large tree in the alley and at the right-of-way encroaches on Lot 1R property line. The alley appears to be abandoned with potential encroachments by other property owners from Lot 3R to 9th Street. As we prepare via our surveyor appropriate these tree plans, it is beneficial to understand the city's timeline and next steps regarding the alleyway. If the city is planning to abandon the alley, I would like to have my surveyor document the use of the last 5 feet appropriately. If the city is planning to keep the alleyway, I am requesting the city clear the portion behind lots 1R and 3R. Thank you. Sincerely, Maria Horton. Sandy Mitchell. A little over a year ago, a dog named Hazel moved in with me. Weather permitting, we go to the dog park at Taylor Field pretty much every day. Unfortunately, we found that for almost 4 months of the year, it's too doggone hot, pun intended, down there. The shade is minimal, and the summer, the topography of the park and surrounding area prevent most of the prevailing southwest wind from reaching the park. As a consequence, myself and many other dog owners curtail our visits to the park during the hot months. If it's too hot for dogs, it's too hot for kids. Also, taking into consideration the winter months when the weather is frequently not conducive to play outdoors, it would seem that the proposed playground's benefits would be limited to half the year at best. I love kids as well as dogs, but feel that Taylor Field isn't a good location for the proposed inclusive playground. Respectfully submitted, Sandy Mitchell, 513 North Atlantic Avenue. And the last is from Catherine Honeycutt. Hello, Southport. My name is Catherine. I am the proud mother of a 9-year-old boy who was born with spina bifida. My son loves to play outside like most kids do. However, he has mobility issues due to his birth defect. Sand, mulch, and steps make his time in a playground or park difficult. Southport has the opportunity to change that. Southport has the opportunity to set a new standard for parks and playgrounds, a first for this county, an inclusive, boundless playground that caters to us all. You have heard reasons why some do not want the playground at Taylor Field Park. I am here to tell you why Taylor Field is a perfect location for an inclusive playground. Paved parking is already in place. Bathrooms have been built. There is plenty of room for a playground. You have no reason to remove trees or greenery. Sidewalks are in place that lead from the parking lot straight to the downtown area. Most importantly, Taylor Field is away from busy, high-traveled roads, tucked away beautifully in the heart of Southport. It makes sense to have a playground here, or there, after all, it is a park. Southport is known for its charm and hospitality. I can't imagine a better place than Southport for Taylor Field of Dreams. I am not the only one who is advocating for this inclusive playground. My online petition has collected over 460 signatures of people who also feel an inclusive playground at Taylor Field Park is needed and wanted. I will end this letter with one of my favorite Bible verses, also known as the Golden Rule, Matthew 7:12. Therefore, all things whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do even so to them, for this is the law and the prophets. Treat others with the same kindness and concern that you would want them to show you. This is called inclusion.
Is that it, ma'am? I'd entertain a motion to close the public comment. There's a motion and a second. Is there any conversation? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you very much. The next topic is the approval of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to move that we remove item 3, inclusive playground update, and set a date for a public hearing on that, so that we have promised that we would have a public hearing, and this was not it. And so to completely and fully inform the public of everything about it, I think that this is too soon and that we should move it to another date to be set later. So that's my motion.
Is there a second to the motion? Okay, there's a motion and a second. Discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
All opposed? It's 5 to 1. The item number 3 will be removed from the agenda. And we'll ask the manager to find a date that we can have a workshop as soon as possible. I'd like to take a 5-minute break right now, if that'd be okay.
Don't be afraid to second.
Could I ask you to start getting back to your chairs, please? Are you ready, ma'am? I'd like to bring the meeting back into order, please. The next agenda item is the comprehensive plan and consultant. Is Mo, are you doing this?
Good evening, Mayor and Board of Aldermen. This evening we have Jake Petrosky with us from Stewart Consulting, and he will be giving a presentation and update on the comprehensive plan. So let me find this for you. There you go.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having me. I want to talk just a little bit about the schedule and the process, give you an update on a few things, some highlights from some of the mapping and analysis we've done, update on public engagement. That's a big thing that we've been doing over the last couple months, and then talk about next steps. So, you know, Mo and Dory and Cheyenne and Andrea, you'll see her down here a fair amount, and then myself as well, and other folks on Stewart, and then our subs. Related to the schedule, we're into phase 2. So we've started kind of this visioning phase. We've done a lot of stakeholder interviews, and the survey is ongoing. And the survey is going to last until the end of the month, and we're trying to get the word out about that as much as possible. I'll give you an update on you know, how many people we've heard from and all that in a few minutes, but that's kind of what we're looking to do in the next couple weeks. Then we're really getting into recommendations. So we're really hoping to have, you know, vision and goals and some recommendations later on this summer, and then the next round of public engagement is going to happen towards the end of the summer in the September timeframe. So that's kind of overall schedule, but happy to go into more detail if you have questions later. Just big picture, comprehensive land use plan is long range. We're really looking and thinking in a 10 or 20 year time frame. We want to think, you know, not just about the decisions today, but how do we create a framework to get to where we want to go, from a big picture standpoint, and what do we want to be true about Southport in 20 years? And maybe that's true today and we want to keep it, or maybe we want to see some improvements in somewhere. It provides guidance in terms of land uses, intensity of those uses, design characteristics of future development. Also provides some guidance on staff and what they can and should be focusing on in their day-to-day. They have a limited number of hours. They have a lot of obligations that they have to do just to keep the city running. But there is a little bit of margin there in terms of special projects they can take on, in terms of grants they can go after in order to accomplish some bigger things, partnerships they can cultivate in order to move these big rocks down the road that we want to. Programs, infrastructure investment, those things are also kind of part of the guidance that this plan is going to provide. Another thing about a comprehensive plan, it is meant to function as the city plan. And there's going to be some subject area plans that go into more detail on some specific topics, but it's really meant to be collaborative and document a community conversation. We don't get to do this every year, but what we want to do is talk about the big issues, talk about those things that we like and it's going well, but those things that we want to change and address a little bit differently long term as well. So we're in the middle of that community conversation. It is policy and not regulatory. This document will not automatically update your regulations, but it should evaluate those and say, these are good, we need to keep these, we need to strengthen these, we might need to change these if we want to accomplish some goals, okay? So it's going to lay out some easy things that are no-brainers that we need to probably do. Some harder things that might need some more conversation, but those could include updating kind of zoning regulations and that sort of thing. It also, we're doing a comprehensive plan, but it's going to meet the CAMA requirements. The Coastal Area Management Act for coastal communities also have to have an active and current CAMA plan. And there's certain topics that we have to cover per CAMA regulations, things like public access and infrastructure carrying capacity, land use compatibility and character, water quality, and natural hazard areas. These are good things to address in a comprehensive plan anyway, and it just makes sense for us to do this and the comprehensive plan. The benefit of doing those things together is that a comprehensive plan can touch on some other things in more detail that a CAMA plan does not require to do. Things like economic development or transportation is not required in a CAMA land use plan. But it's an important issue, and we need to talk about that. If we talk about 10 or 20 years future of Southport, we need to be talking about transportation. Housing, CAMA doesn't require that. Certain types of land use issues, CAMA doesn't require that. Economic development. Another thing that's ongoing during this process is there's also a parking study that's being conducted, and Walker Consultants doing that. So we're coordinating a lot with them because parking is a big issue, and that's going to allow the comprehensive plan to go into a little bit more detail related to parking, and also them benefit from this broader conversation that we're having about the city as a whole, downtown issues, and different neighborhood issues as well. So this is just a quick map showing the study area. We're looking at the city limits. We're also looking at the ETJ and a little bit beyond the ETJ. And this is important because the only way the city limits are going to grow is due to voluntary annexation. Someone's going to petition you to be included in the city's jurisdiction in exchange for city services. So that's the only way the city limits will grow, and we need to be ready for that. So the ETJ is a good estimate of where that could go. But we also want to look a little bit farther out, just in case you get an annexation petition from somewhere that is nearby, so you could evaluate whether that's part of fits the city plan or not. We are not starting from scratch. This is important to note. You all have done a number of previous planning efforts that we are reviewing and benefiting from. Looking and working with staff about what has been accomplished, what still remains a good idea and still addresses some of the big issues that are being raised, and some things that are maybe no longer relevant or we need to clarify in order to address kind of the current conditions or current trends. Things like the previous CAMA core land use plan, the Parks and Rec open space plan, pedestrian transportation plan, and other things, the urban forest management plan, those sorts of things. Looking at kind of assets and issues and analysis a little bit. Apologize, some of the font just didn't, I don't think some of the fonts are on this computer, so the labels aren't on there. But one thing we like to do is when we talk about land use, we talk about future growth and development. We're not starting from scratch, right? You have a long history in the city of land use decisions, really some care and attention to the design of your built environment, the things you see and benefit from every day, from the design of buildings and open space and sidewalks and street trees and these things that make Southport what it is. So we look at existing land use. We look at kind of how the land is currently being used in different parts of the city. What this will also enable us to do is look at some trends within certain areas, neighborhoods, and land use types. Look at what are the size lots we have in these areas, or the setbacks that we have? How much impervious surface do we have in these areas, and how can we make future development in keeping with that character? Well, there's some things that you can measure in the built environment, like height and building size and setbacks and lot widths and stuff like that, to where we can look to make recommendations that match that character in different areas of town. We're also looking at the environment, and this is a requirement from the CAMA Act, but it's also just a good idea. I mean, we're looking at environmentally fragile areas. You have 3 designated natural heritage areas in kind of the study area. You have primary nursery areas. You have coastal wetlands. You have a lot of assets from a natural resources perspective, and those really should inform how development is accommodated, and where, and at what intensity, and the design of it. So that's a big thing we're looking at. From a public engagement standpoint, I'm just going to talk a little bit about a few things that we've done in kind of recently. We had stakeholder interviews early on. Those were really good. A lot of people came out and got into some really detailed discussions. Steering committee has met 3 times, and they've been really engaged in kind of guiding us through the process. Public meetings, the survey, and social media, that sort of thing. Some of the main themes that we're hearing from a public engagement standpoint: affordability is increasingly an issue. Parking is definitely an issue. Walkability, just the ability to walk safely and comfortably, is different in different parts of the city, right? It's what makes downtown great, and some of the historic neighborhoods really great. In other areas, it's more of a challenge. Farther up Howell Street you get, the less safe you feel, the less comfortable you feel. Growth management, just this big concern about continuing to be stewards of Southport, the built environment, but also concern about things that are happening outside your jurisdiction that you can't control. What's happening elsewhere in Brunswick County, the number of approved units in the county jurisdiction, and the fact that there is this tension, because a lot of those folks are going to come here and visit and cause some strain on your resources too. So managing growth, at least what we can do internally, and what we can do to lobby externally too. Environmental concerns, historic preservation, remembering the rich history of Southport. And then we've really heard a lot of really detailed input on downtown and the yacht basin in different areas of town. And that's been really good, because we can go into a little bit more detail in this plan. We don't have to just use big picture language. We can talk about improvements that really would benefit a particular neighborhood. So we're trying to document those and come up with some solutions there. In terms of the survey results, it says 394. We've had 411 surveys as of today, so I think it's been a really good turnout. I think what we're trying to do over the next couple weeks is just get the word out a little bit more. We are a little bit underrepresented on younger folks, kind of the under 45 demographic. So if you know anybody under 45 that hasn't taken the survey, please tell them to take the survey. There's a few.
There are some of us.
But yeah, so that's important. We've heard from a lot of folks that live here or own property here. Those are the predominant people. 10% business owners, so also a big representative group there. What are your top 3 reasons for living in Southport? Downtown and character was kind of number 1. Small town living and everything that comes with it, and natural resources and access to water. And this was a big picture question, but we have some more detailed questions that kind of get into a little bit more detail of what that actually means to people, which is interesting. What do you value most about Southport? You see community, just small community pop out. This historic coastal community and village, this small town charm, waterfront restaurants and shops, the slow pace, safe, friendly aspects of it really come out. And these are some things we want to remain true in 20 years. So this really gets to that kind of the people's vision for what they want to see in Southport. Top 5 concerns for the future of Southport. You see slow in managing the spread of development or residential growth. So really growth management really was like number 1 and number 2, and even number 3 really, because having infrastructure keep pace is part of that. When we asked about priorities, that was really interesting because the priority levels people attributed to the natural environment was really clear. I mean, the reason why they're concerned about growth and development is infrastructure, but it's also impacts to the environment. And, the wetlands and marshes, water quality, those things were really high priority. And then historic preservation was also a high priority too. When we asked what kind of development you'd like to see in the future in Southport, small-scale commercial, shops like in a downtown area, entertainment, medical facilities, those things were the highest, but small-scale commercial was a lot higher. So the scale of development is really important, and that's one of the things that if you look at historically, that's part of your history. Residential development design, we can accommodate residential growth in a number of different ways. This just represents 2 kind of bookends. You can do conventional development where it's just, lot out a tract of land and build homes, not a lot of preserved land or open space. Or you can take those same number of homes and cluster them and preserve natural resources and provide a little bit of flexibility in terms of lot size and that sort of thing. And by and large, folks do prefer the conservation design. But this is interesting. In the public meetings, we've had these listening sessions, these discussions. And, we've talked about these different kind of design types. And one concern that has come up is, people like the idea of conservation design, but they're concerned about the number of homes. So if the number of homes stays the same, then they like the conservation design, but we don't want to cluster development and have more homes because there's other concerns like traffic and the carrying capacity and that sort of thing. So that's really important. The other thing that we mentioned in the surveys is, these are 2 bookends. In reality, you can have a lot of hybrid design. You can have conventional development that has a little bit more open space than you currently require too, and that sort of thing. So don't think that we're just choosing between one of these. We're really just trying to look at kind of people's preferences, and then how do we get future development in your either standards or incentives get a little bit closer to what people say they want. We're also looking at other green growth principles, some things that we can do in development to make it a little bit more environmentally friendly. A great resource here is our friends at North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission have put together a green growth toolbox, and it outlines a lot of different ways that local governments can make growth a little bit greener, and that's something that we're looking at, and they have a lot of different recommendations in there, some of which you are doing and some of which you are not. So we're going to be bringing some of those recommendations forward, also looking at other more coastal specific resources like the North Carolina Coastal Federation and Low Impact Development Guide there. Rural by Design is another great book if you're ever interested in learning more about kind of subdivision design, and how to design subdivisions to preserve open space is really Randall Arendt's kind of goal, and he has some great case studies about some significant changes and pros and cons of different alternatives. He also talks a lot in that book about traditional town planning and the design of American villages and town centers. And he pairs that with what happens on the edge of those towns and the open space and importance of open space being integrated as a main consideration. I think it's very relevant here. Public meeting, we also asked development preference. So downtown, people said historic preservation was a big thing. Tree preservation and planting those. Seating areas, parking, some basic things that we need to be taken into account as well. Other types of development preference, residential development preference. People like this traditional neighborhood design. So we have some parts of Southport. Your historic residential neighborhoods are really representative of this traditional neighborhood design, or TND. It looks like it's a development that was, or a neighborhood that was built pre-World War II. So you don't have a lot of what they call like snout houses with garages out front, and that's all you see. You have front porches. You have alley-loaded garage or side-loaded garages, and that sort of thing. People said they liked the idea of some live-work mixed use. Not too big. I think people wanted to keep the scale appropriate, but people liked the idea of that and accessory dwelling units. We asked about a lot of different styles of development and wanted to get a sense, and if we were to encourage some diversity, what kinds of diversity of housing would be appropriate. And here you see, well, people like the idea of accessory dwelling units. If you have a big enough parcel, you can have a little granny flat out back or that sort of thing. Pocket neighborhoods, and you have one here, this idea of like smaller scale cottages oriented around some green space. Some small scale attached homes, but that you see in red, people didn't really like the idea of apartments and condos and larger scale, kind of more dense development. So, that those are going to be, we're going to factor that in when we make land use recommendations, when we talk about the types of development should be encouraged. So limiting those things that people dislike, or making sure that we put some boundaries on them, and then encouraging some stuff that people say they do like. Another thing that we heard a lot about is, what people like that's already on the ground in Southport. The first phase of Indigo was brought up time and again. It's like, we really like that. We like the larger lots. We like the open space. Even we like the townhomes or duplexes because they're designed to kind of sit in the forest, right? They have a lot of tree preservation around them, and they seem like they fit this kind of Southport design, more so than even some of the newer townhomes that are very similar in terms of density, but there's no trees, right? And it's on a road that you don't get that feeling that it's appropriate in Southport. So these are things that you can influence, and something that we always like to look back in order to look forward. Some other discussion themes, parking, lack of recent commercial development, clear cutting, tree canopy was something that people brought up a lot about, and they don't like the idea of clear cutting and tree canopy loss. So that's something that that tree ordinance is representative of what we're hearing. People want to see that enforced. Concern about infrastructure and revenue and sustainability of infrastructure. I mean, you all are an old city, and you have some aging infrastructure. So how do we look forward and be financially responsible and pay for that and sustain that over long term? Concern about losing our history. The habitat loss, open space loss, pedestrian safety and walkability. affordable housing and public transportation, managing growth and change. Those sorts of things came up there. We also had a number of walking tours, and some themes we were hearing there is really talking about the character of the historic center and nearby neighborhoods. We talked about redevelopment opportunity on North Howell, some of the benefits of that, addressing some lack of commercial opportunities maybe in downtown, but also some concerns, as commercial developments and restaurants and that sort of thing spread up North Howell. We need to kind of consider some of the impacts and how do we address some of those. For one, the street is not as walkable up there. Others, if we have certain uses near neighborhoods that maybe didn't have those uses, how can we reduce impacts there? Public realm improvements. You all have had a lot of conversations about your rights of way, and we continued that conversation on these tours. Talked about how they could be used for different things, pedestrian safety and comfort in different areas of the city. In my group, we went up North Howell, and we crossed down here at Franklin Square, and it was nice. The bulb outs make you feel a lot safer, but when you're up on North Howell and you have to cross the road, there are no crosswalks. And if you go during a certain time of day, there's no on-street parking. There's no people parked, so it feels like you're crossing a 5-lane road without any break, and that's a concern. How can we make North Howell feel a little bit more like down here? We also talked about the waterfront and the yacht basin issues and ideas, and how streets function and pedestrian safety, and how do we accommodate parking and vehicular traffic and balancing all those issues. So that's kind of what we heard. We're starting to think about vision and goals. So you have kind of existing vision, and it talks a lot about a lot of good stuff that's still relevant. It talks about community involvement and safety and quality of life and affordability and history and sustaining businesses in a kind of a residential atmosphere. But we also have heard some new things that we need to work into that vision, I think, because we've heard them a lot, and they've kind of percolated up through a lot of different engagement events in the survey and that sort of thing. Things like maintaining and building community, these connections. How do we continue to foster kind of connections that you all have and have had in the past that have drawn people here? Growth management, growth. When the previous plan was done, I think there's in the vision statement it talks about steady growth or moderate growth or that sort of thing, and 10 or 15 years ago, steady moderate growth was a goal for the city, believe it or not. I mean, if you've been here for a while, I mean, and now we've had that steady moderate growth, and I think we do need to talk about growth management and what that looks like, and how to make that part of the future. Environmental preservation is something that just needs to be in there. That walkability, bikeability kind of theme. You've heard me say it a lot today, just in all the different engagement. We've heard that a lot. This idea of resident and balancing resident and visitor needs is kind of a new thing, I think, at least since the last plan. I think that you all have been very successful in attracting visitors and tourists, but there is a little bit of a concern that we don't need to be just planning for the visitors. We need to be planning for residents, and we need to make sure that's kind of high on our priority list. So that manifests itself in a lot of different ways, but that's something that should be a guiding light moving forward. And then this idea about kind of two things. One is aging population, and recognition of that. That will come with certain needs, and this other piece of the puzzle is there a future for young families in Southport? There's been some concern expressed that a lot of younger families are being priced out, or there's not stuff that's geared towards them, that sort of thing. But I think Southport has been, as we have heard, historically a great place to raise a family. And we want to be thinking about the needs of both seniors and then also young families. So that's really meant to just kind of wet your whistle a little bit and think some things we're hearing, some of the direction that we're heading in. Happy to have some discussion, kind of next steps with this. Really looking at the community survey, getting the word out. It says June 15. We're going to extend it to the end of the month. So getting the word out about that survey as much as possible. Drafting vision goals, drafting recommendations, and really the draft plan. We're going to talk to the steering committee sometime later this month. Continue on drafting the plan, and then we will have those public meetings in September where we have some draft recommendations, and we want to bring those back to the community and say, this is what we heard, this is some ideas that we think would address a lot of these priorities, or some options, and get some more feedback before the plan is then leaves the steering committee, goes to the planning board. They have some time to digest it and review and make some revisions, and then it would come to you all for more discussion.
Okay, for the people in the audience, just as an FYI, the discussion point at this point is with the board. I just want to give you that heads up. So with that said, Alderman Davis, you're chomping at the bit.
I wanted to say one thing, which is you've emphasized that people should take the survey. Okay. I've run into people who don't know anything about this survey, don't know how to find it, how do they take the survey? Mm-hmm. I know, but why don't you tell them?
Yeah. Well, on the website, you should be able to find it on Facebook and that sort of thing. And then I think we do have paper copies as well that staff would be happy to hand out, bring to you, that sort of thing. So a couple different ways there.
When you refer to the website, that's the city's website, cityofsouthport.com. Mm-hmm. Easy to find. And also the Facebook page is, guess what? City of Southport. So you can find it in both places.
Any questions on this side of the table?
I don't have a question. I just, as a thought process, perhaps we could reach out to Southport Elementary and see if they could do one of their phone calls to the parents about the survey. If we're missing the younger population, perhaps that is a good place to start, because they do, during the school year, a weekly call that goes to not only those that live in Southport, but the entire school district, obviously, but we could perhaps ask them for that.
Yeah.
If I ask you for something that you cannot provide, I apologize. But I'm looking for answers and I don't have them. So I'm interested in sustainable wage income jobs in our area. So as you're looking at that, I know you probably didn't hear that too often, but for someone who's grown up here and understand the problem of surviving here, there needs to be a balance, and it's not visitor resident. It's really the demographic that we have, so we can have families, as you said, that have children that can fill roles, that secondary jobs, things of that nature. Families give us stability in our job markets and things of that nature.
Yep.
The problem with all young folks that grow up in Southport is they aren't able to stay in Southport.
Yep.
Because there are no jobs and things of that nature. So sustainable wage jobs, if you can have any ideas that might blend with what we have, something you've seen somewhere else. I'd love those ideas. Economic development ideas.
Yep.
I really am not interested in satisfying the visitor any longer.
Yep.
So there is a problem, and it's a supply and demand problem. when everyone is partying like it's 1999 and no one's working, there is a lack of supply of jobs. And you'll find that we had places like Hardee's was shut down, or you'll go through Bojangles and they'll tell you all you can get is a chicken strip. That doesn't sound like very profitable business model. We've got to have workers in our community. Everybody can't be retired, and that disparity is getting worse and worse. I can become a millionaire cutting grass right now. I can charge anything I want to. It's almost getting more profitable in real estate, Robert. But so my concerns are, how are we going to raise the next generation and keep them here and give them something to live for?
Yep.
Yeah, a playground. I'll be back with you.
Okay. Any from this side?
Just a couple of things. One, I want to make sure under previous planning efforts, we did some work a couple of years ago on the yacht basin. We had a committee and we had some results from that committee. I want to make sure you have that just as part of your conversation to know what we've done in the past, as well as we did do a yacht basin study, and it was more of a possible thing, but it would be something that important, I think, for y'all to see. Also under you, and I'm not sure, you may have left it off for a reason, but under the environmentally fragile areas and the natural heritage areas, you left off the White Springs Natural Heritage Natural Area. It's actually, we're in the process of selling it to the state wildlife for preservation, but I think it should be part of this conversation. It is in our current.
Yeah, okay.
So that, and I think that's it for me.
Okay, great.
I just have one more thing.
Go ahead.
I am thankful to see that many of the studies that the city has already paid for are being used for this. As a citizen, that was something that was very, very frustrating to me, as we kept paying for studies over and over again, and as far as I could see, they were sitting on a shelf. So now that we're actually using those to inform this process, I really think that's a wonderful thing that we've got happening at the moment.
Alderman Mosteller, did you have something else?
I don't think so.
Your mic is on.
Thank you.
Robert? Okay. I have a couple of questions, sir. These slides are not marked as far as numbers, so it's the only one that has red print on it at the bottom of it, okay? And it talks about what's least appealing so far as apartments and condos and townhouses. Just put that off to the side for a second. And then above that it says accessory dwelling units. That needs to be explored further because it may in fact run into the upcoming discussions about stormwater, pervious and impervious, because depending on your lot, you can make your lot totally impervious and you can get away with that by building pools and outbuildings and everything in the world, and other people can't do that depending on their lot size. So that question probably needs to be looked into more.
I think that's a great thing that y'all are thinking about in terms of kind of these built-upon area, impervious surface limits. It's a way for you to be a governor, like provide some governor on like how much is built, right, and water quality implications. And you know, people have to choose, right? And if they have a small house, and maybe they can have a garage, you know, or a ADU. But if they have a big house that fills up the lot, they can't build anything else, right? And it's a good way to kind of allow some flexibility in investment. You know, local investment is always good, and allow some, you know, change, but also keep that kind of governor to make sure that there is enough room for infiltration of stormwater. And also by proxy, what that does is leave some areas green on a property and does some tree preservation. You will get kind of tree preservation as a kind of tangential benefit of that impervious surface kind of coverage limitation.
I don't want to compliment the whole board. This is kind of a fundamental change here for Southport, because in the past, stormwater, we had DEQ do it. We're now looking at, we have the ability now to look at stormwater when places are built. And we're looking at implementing those rules and regulations. So I just want to put that out, and that's an entire board's working on that issue. Obviously, as you stated, this goes into the ETJ, and I'm going to just unabashedly just throw a few things out there for your edification. So this board has not been sitting around doing nothing, okay? This board has been had a lot of conversation. We're fully engaged in this. We're just not going to publicize it right now until we can figure out what's the compromise. Is there a compromise? So we are fully engaged in that. The second part is, just for your edification, there's 55 lots in the ETJ, which equals 1,517 acres. Just imagine doing the math on that if you did nothing else but R10, 4 houses to an acre, what that could mean. In reference to the commissioners originally voted, well, we were told they were going to vote 3-2, 3 in favor of asking the legislature not to move forward with stripping not only Southport but all the other 7 jurisdictions in Brunswick County. And at the last minute, one of the commissioners decided to change his vote. So they voted 3-2 to ask the legislation to do that, which is why what the one commissioner that was mentioned before has the majority on her side to do that. And I'm going to tell you the 2 who voted in our favor, and that was Marty Cook and Mike Forte. So if you wish to talk to the others, be my guest. And as we go forward in this process, we kind of have this process going on, and we also have some urgent UDO things to discuss. How we mix the 2 together, we have another agenda item. We'll come back to that in a few minutes. But there's some pending issues that one might think need to be resolved prior to the resolution of this document. So I just bring that forward, and we'll go back into that in more detail. Does anybody else have any other questions or thoughts? And with that, sir, thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry.
So, just the last piece of this, and I want to make sure you understand where you are. Okay, Southport is beautiful, but there's a major turnover. And you can prove me wrong here, and I'm asking for you to prove me wrong. But I was playing with ChatGPT when I was running for office, trying to figure out who my voters were. Okay? Got some really interesting stuff. It seemed that based on the date that people registered to vote, that we had 25% new voters in the last 5 years. After 7 or 8 years, you become a 50%ers, meaning 50% have been here 7 years or less, and 50, okay, that's the break even. So the idea has always been, how do you become a local in Southport? Well, you live here all your life. Not anymore. 7.5 years, you become as franchised or whatever you want to call it as anyone. So how are you going to make a prediction of the future when the people are changing daily? The answer is we need to make it to where they don't change daily. They stay here. They raise their families here. Not buy and sell us because they've got a bunch of money and they just want to check us out for a year and then move on. So I'm scared of these surveys sometimes because they can survey us. They can put those stickers, like Miss Linda said, on the bulletin boards, and 5 or 7 years later, after they're long gone, we'll still be honoring that sticker they put on that. So I'm very wary of letting the public opinion drive because it's changing daily. I want you to know that. And so We want people to stay here forever and their children to take over their place when they're gone. And that's what I'm looking for in the long-term plan for Southport. Appreciate you.
One of the problems we have is that we are an aging community. What's our average age? 56, 58 years. Robert, these are about the only children in town. There are very few. You take a look at Southport Elementary. They've got approximately 450 kids there now. And that school covers Oak Island, it covers St. James, it covers BSL, it covers Southport. A couple of years ago.
It does not cover all of St. James.
No, you're right, because the rest of them go up the street. Correct. But now, a couple of years ago, there were almost 800 kids there. So it shows who's coming into Southport.
A few years ago, there also wasn't a charter school, and the Christian school has grown since then. There are other schooling options here as well.
Right,
We do have children in town.
Yeah, very few. We do have.
We have lots of children in town.
Great-grandchildren. But anyway, we are an aging community, and we need to do things to attract younger people. To do that, there got to be some sort of jobs, sustainable jobs. We don't have them in this area. We are basically a service community. In order for you to live in Southport, you've got to have a fairly substantial six-figure income. If you don't have that, the chances of you, as a young family coming in, you're not going to be able to do it. You're not going to be able to find somewhere to live. So we've got to take a look at our whole community. We've got to figure out how we're going to bring all these things together, and I think we're on the way here with this.
Any other comments? Thank you, sir. Okay, the next item is item number 2, the resolution authorizing the execution and delivery of installment financing agreement, a security agreement, and related documents for the financing of heavy rescue vehicles and an ambulance. Lance, you're going to do this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. So back in April, Chief Drew came to you asking for permission to purchase and order a new heavy rescue vehicle and a new ambulance, which are multi-year delivery timelines. And Chief Drew also came to you with the information that the city could save about $200,000 if we prepaid for the heavy rescue vehicle. You all approved that action in April. We came back a couple weeks later, and we did a couple of weeks later. You approved a reimbursement resolution, which is required by the state regulations, when we intend to use our general fund cash to purchase something and then repay ourselves with a loan. You further instructed us to go out and secure that loan. So this is what we've done. We went out we invited 8 different financial institutions to bid on this. We got 3 of them that responded back with bids. One of those bids was significantly more higher interest rate than the other 2. We went back to the 2 finalists and asked them for best and finals. And on advice of bond counsel, who was participating in this entire process with us, one of the 2 bidders actually had some requirements that he said were not legal. We couldn't do. One of the two bidders insisted that we put up as collateral other equipment that we already own and not just the equipment that's on order. The interest rates were less than 1/10 off between those 2. So on advice of bond counsel, we've struck an agreement with First Citizens Bank to borrow $1.5 million over a 5-year term at 4.58% interest. We have structured the proposed deal so that we make our first payment in July of 2025, so there would be nothing in this upcoming fiscal year. That would fall into it would fall into fiscal 2026. We further went back to the bank and requested that we make an annual payment July 2025, and then we convert to payments every 6 months, and that saved us another $14,000 of interest over the life of the loan. So what you've got in front of you is a motion that was prepared by board counsel that meets all legal requirements to go ahead and execute this financing agreement. I would say, just remember, as a reminder, we have fronted the $1 million. That check's been written, it's gone. And so what would happen is we would close this loan the first week of July. We would be the $1 million that we've already spent would be dispersed back to the city to replenish our general fund as planned. The other $400,000 or so would go into an account, a deposit account with First Citizens Bank that would draw a small amount in interest while it's sitting there. And then when the ambulance arrives, we pay in full for the ambulance upon delivery. We're not prepaying for the ambulance. We checked with them. There's no discount. There's no advantage to do that. And First Citizens Bank has also agreed that we can prepay the debt should we get some funding, some grants that I know that the chief's working on to try to bring some additional funding in, so we can prepay without penalty. So that's the motion before you, and we need you to please vote to let us take out this agreement so we can get our $1 million back in the bank.
There's actually two motions there.
Yes, sir.
So I'll entertain a motion to pass the attached approving resolution, which is in your packet here, this package here. And then there's a second motion to approve the resolution, which is this document that's in your package. Is there, there's a motion and a second. Is there discussion? Not hearing any. Those in favor of the two motions, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Lance.
Thank you.
Item number 4 is the public hearing on UDO setback exemptions and encroachments. Mo, you're up.
Good evening again, Mayor. This is a public hearing, and so we will have to go into public hearing, voted into public hearing, sir.
Yes, I'll entertain a motion to go into public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Thank you. We're in public hearing.
Thank you so much. So this hearing is for an applicant-initiated amendment to allow a greater encroachment allowance for the HVAC and other types of equipment than the 30 inches that are currently allowed in the UDO. The original proposal was recommended denial from the Planning Board, and after the first public hearing, the Board of Aldermen sent it back to the Planning Board for further reconsideration on some different items. So the Planning Board, they recommended the following text amendment, and it says that sills, cornices, buttresses, ornamental features, gutters, and eaves shall not extend more than 18 inches into the required setback. Mechanical equipment such as air conditioning units, generators, pool equipment, and similar items for residential uses may extend into any required side yard no more than 50% of the required setback. So for an example, this would, and it makes it much easier to calculate than the 30 inches, quite honestly. So if you have a 4-foot setback, you would allow to encroach 2 feet. If you have a 6-foot setback, you can encroach 3 feet. So that's what the Planning Board has recommended and brought back to the Aldermen for this public hearing.
Is there any questions from the board?
Well, this being public hearing, I'd like to hear from the public. And I've got thoughts on this, but I'll save them for when it comes to us for discussion at the next meeting.
Is there anybody from the public here who wishes to speak on this topic? Not seeing anybody. Alderman Davis? Alderman Carroll, go ahead.
Well, so we've got a slightly artificial, I guess, we could vote on this tonight. We could take this to a vote because while we've said that this certainly doesn't need to come back to us again. We've seen this multiple times and we keep pushing things off. And so I would just ask the board to consider going ahead and voting on this tonight and moving forward.
Can we come back to that after Alderman Davis is done talking? Okay.
After Alderman Davis does what? I'm sorry?
Is done talking, though that may be a while. Go right ahead, ma'am.
Well, go right ahead.
Oh, do you have conversation?
You had questions.
Yeah. I would like to wait until the next meeting, but if we're not going to do that, I will have thoughts. But you go ahead.
Now, Alderman Davis, we're holding off his idea of having a motion until you express your thoughts. We want you to do that before we decide if we're going to vote.
Although we haven't had anybody speak at this public hearing, I wonder to what extent the public is aware of what this actually entails and what kind of close quarters this would create, which would be 2 feet between an encroachment and the side yard, the end of the side yard. And there's nothing in this that says anything about a fence. My own situation is I have 4 feet between my house and my next door neighbor, and there is a fence that I didn't put up, but it's there. And if there were a air conditioning unit or anything else in there, I don't think that it would be possible for firemen to get by there with all their equipment. I know they think that they might, but 2 feet, I mean, that's that. And I think that's too tight. So I think that it would be wise to let the people have a chance to digest what this is and to properly inform everybody before we actually take a vote.
Just to address that conversation a little bit, I don't see how this is any more dangerous than allowing a 6-foot privacy fence to the property line. It's going to be just as difficult, if not more difficult, for a firefighter carrying gear to hop that 6-foot privacy fence than it would be to hop over a mini split or a HVAC condensing unit. So this is just, for me, this is an example of we need to move forward, and we keep pushing things off. Next month we'll get the same response. No one's going to have anything to say about it.
Maybe they will. Maybe if they don't want, maybe they will.
Nobody showed up with the other language that we went through the process on. So I just would really like us to get some things done.
Alderman Mosteller?
One of the things, Alderman Davis, is that this change is actually in the 2 foot. Right now, it reads 30 inches. So it actually, our current ordinance encroaches more in that the 4 foot than this will. Number one. Number two, I believe, if I remember from being at a planning board meeting, that you had a technical review committee, Mo, that if you would say that the fire chief reviewed.
And if I may, before we go on with conversation, we need to close the public hearing, please.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? The public hearing is now closed.
Thank you. Yes, after we went back and the committee recommended this 50% to the planning board, we went to the fire chief and he gave us written direction that this would be fine for safety purposes, that it is less than the 30 inches that exist. And the 4-foot setback is really an exception, not the rule. There are not that many 4-foot setbacks within the city, so it's more like a 6 to 8 is your average, so if that answers your question.
So this is actually more restrictive with regards to the encroachment than our current ordinance?
Oh, only on those 4-foot setback lots, yes. So those, the non-conforming lots that are less than 10,000 square feet, it is more restrictive on those. But on a regular 10,000 square foot lot, you could allow some more, yes.
Mo, approximately
Actually, how many non-conforming lots do we actually have?
We have a lot of non-conforming lots. I do not have an answer or a number for you for that. But the amount of 4-foot setbacks is a lot less. I know that when we do a lot of our calculations for the non-conforming lots, it's closer to a 6 to a 7, honestly, when you've got a 7,000 square foot lot. So there's very few lots that are under that or close to that 5,000 square feet, which would trigger more of the 4-foot side setback.
Alderman Lay, did you have a question? Okay. Alderman Kelly?
This has come before us several times now, I agree. I haven't had anyone from the public talk to me about this, to be honest. It has been brought up over and over again amongst the staff and the board, and I believe that only the developers are aware at this point that this is going on, because most of the people who are here, this won't affect negatively. So I think we just need to start moving forward, and I think that the 50% change, that language, I think makes this a much better option for us to be able to do.
For clarifications, there's an informal policy, rule, thing, that we don't vote on the day that we had the hearing. We can vote on the day that we have the hearing, if it's the will of the board to do that. I just wanted to give you that information first, and then I'm assuming Alderman Carroll is going to make a motion, and we'll see how that all goes.
Well, I still have something to say.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, the first thing that was proposed was bad. So now the second thing that's proposed is better. But better doesn't make it good. It's still, for whatever few lots there may be that have 4-foot wide setbacks, you put in something that is 2 feet wide, you're left with this much space. And if you have and I would guess that many of the 4-foot wide setbacks are next to a fence. Either the owner of the smaller lot has a fence or the other neighbor does. But if the other neighbor has 4 feet, look how little space there is. The fence makes a big difference, and I'd certainly like us to look at the requirement for having no fence if there are going to be encroachments. Yeah, I think we're allowing something dangerous.
I will go back to say, let's not let perfect get in the way of something good. So let's move forward here.
Alderman Carroll?
Sure, I'm glad to, I don't have the words either. The consistency statement. I make a motion that we approve the proposed text amendment, section 3.9B5 as proposed, and I would take time. Do I have to read all of can I just read the statement of consistency?
You could just say motion to approve, as presented in the agenda packet on page 106.
So move.
There's a motion, there's a second. Any discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. All opposed? No. It's 5-1. Motion passes. The next discussion point is Turtle Bay Plan Development. Mo, you're up again.
Yes, so this was, we had a public hearing for this project at your last meeting, and this is East Coast Engineering as the applicant on behalf of Turtle Bay of Southport. They're requesting a rezoning from R20 and highway commercial to a planned unit development with the associated master plan. This is a 54-acre parcel on Highway 87. And I do want to mention that there is a petition for annexation that is part of this request and will only be considered with an affirmative vote for this rezoning. So as you can see, this property where the star is the 54 acres on the Highway 87, and it is continuous with the city off of Sandy Lane. So this is the master plan that they have provided. It's a proposal of 100 single-family dwelling units on approximately 54 acres for a density of 1.8 units per acre, which meets the 6 units per acre requirement for a planned unit development. It offers little over 10 and a half acres, 10.88 acres of open space, which is the 20% open space requirement for planned unit developments. And it offers an 8-foot multi-use path connecting the open space rather than 2 5-foot sidewalks on each side. There are private street right-of-ways with a 50-foot right-of-way that has been approved by the police chief. And this project meets all of the required improvements for subdivisions and planned unit developments. And it is consistent with the land use plan. This is a quick overview. I'm happy to answer any questions since I gave a more detailed presentation prior to the public hearing. And also the applicant is here if you have any questions for the applicant or the owner.
I have a couple questions. Just
Go,
remind me.
go ahead.
This is going to be a gated community, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And then what kind of buffering is there between the new the new builds and the adjacent properties?
So there will be, since it is a like use, there will not be a buffer per se along what would be, let's see, where am I? So on these properties lower on the Baker Avenue, because it is the like use, there is a 25-foot periphery boundary that is required around the subdivision. So that will not be able to be, nothing will be able to be built, and no structures, accessory structures can be put in that periphery boundary. There will be, there's a street yard buffer, and anywhere else there are incompatible uses, there must be a buffer, but not on that use.
Did you say, you said 25 feet?
Yeah,
Okay, because here on the map it says minimum street yard buffer 20 feet.
Oh, that is the street yard buffer. So on
So
the
that's
rear,
from-
the periphery boundary should be on the back of the property.
Got it.
Is the 25 feet, yes.
Yeah, regarding that, okay, Old Baker Avenue, which is, says it's believed to be a prescriptive easement. I've got a couple of questions on that. That is within the boundary of this particular piece of property. And it's a gravel road. What guarantees would we have that, whether it's a prescriptive easement or right-of-way, that this would be honored in perpetuity? Do we have any guarantees of that? Are the builders here to give that to us?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Jackson Starling. I work with East Coast Engineering. I've got the applicant here with me.
Are you, yeah, can you get a little closer to the microphone?
Sorry. My name is Jackson Starling. I work with East Coast Engineering. I have my client here representing Turtle. I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay. So Turtle Bay at Southport LLC, Mr. Terry Ando is here to answer any questions related to future management of the subdivision or any builder questions. But regarding Old Bay or Old Baker Avenue, We took a look at that when we first laid the subdivision out. That area was described from the surveyor to be a prescriptive easement, meaning it's existed for many years, and now they have in perpetuity legal right to access that property. In addition to that, I know we weren't required a buffer on that southern property other than a 25-foot boundary or periphery buffer. What we intended to do to not conflict with that existing gravel road, Old Baker Avenue, was to leave 40 feet at a minimum between where we're proposing the rear of our lots and the actual boundary of the subdivision. It's 40 feet there, and then there's an additional setback for any buildings within those lots. What we've also provided in this subdivision PUD submittal is a landscaping and tree preservation plan that a landscape architect prepared. We're specifying, in addition to leaving that vegetation along that area there, we're going to supplement with additional plantings, 3-inch caliper trees.
So that would mean that the people who live on Old Baker Avenue are not just looking at the back of the, it looks to me like, 10 houses, 10 lots, 10 houses. So there's going to be did you say 40 feet?
It's 40 feet to the rear, to the proposed rear lot lines for those first 10 lots.
And you're not going to cut anything down, and you're going to add trees, is that correct?
We plan on preserving that opacity that's there now. So if they're happy with that, it's only going to be enhanced.
Do you have any thoughts on perhaps improving in any way on the gravel road?
No plans to improve it, as it's not part of this subdivision. It's what we're proposing is a gated community, completely separate from that development. So no, not at this time, no ma'am.
My other questions involve the fact that you've got two entrance exits onto, I know it as River Road or 133, but it's also 87. Either way, this is very busy, and it's getting more and more busy, and when Route 211 widening is finished, it's going to be even more. And the information given to us about this is that when this is complete, this will account for 1,000 car trips a day. And I thought, how could that be? And then I did the calculations of how they come up with this kind of thing. And I guess was this a DOT traffic study?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So,
and I mean, they're figuring that these are not homes in which one person lives and never goes out. They're thinking 2.5 people, and they're going to go in and out several times. Even if they only went out once, that's 100 houses and 2.5 people in there. That's a lot of traffic. And this is further northeast than Rob Gandy Road or
Jabbertown.
I'm sorry, Jabbertown. And those are my go-to ways to get out to River Road right now. It's not going. Those are not going to help me anymore because I'm going to come in below your entrance and exits in those two places. I recognize that the one on the lower one is going to be gated and have a siren activated gate. So it's an emergency. But the other one, the main one, with the island and all of that, DOT has already told us they're not putting a stoplight there. So with all of these 1,000 trips a day, I think you're going to have a long backup of people, of cars trying to get in. Probably not going to have much of a problem getting out, except how will they get out with all the traffic coming back and forth. I think we're going to have a hellscape there. And that brings me to what other possibilities did you consider? The obvious one that would require considerable adjustment would be to use Sandy Lane, which comes right up to your property, and it comes out on 211 between the car wash and Murphy's gas station, and across from Walmart, that shopping complex. There's a light there, and there's a light that has turn signals and everything else. I know this would take some adjustment for you to do that, and you would have to thread the needle around a wetlands. But have you considered that? And have you especially considered the safety factor? There is another development that has come in that was not within our authority. It's across from the Sacred Heart Church, and they have no way of getting in and out unless they just bolt out into traffic, and I'm told that there have been 2 fatalities already. And this is exactly what this could create. So that's why I'm proposing Sandy Lane. You got a lot of space between the end of Sandy Lane to get up into your area, and with a gated access, I think that you would have a nice demarcation between your development and whatever else is on Sandy Lane, including a sewer pump station. So that was the question. What other possibilities have you considered for the main entrance that gets you off of River Road? And if you've considered those, why didn't you use them?
Sure. I appreciate the comment, and I do fully understand the concern. When we started this process, not only do we look at subdivision from the inside, but obviously from the outside. Traffic flow and safety is a large concern when we're developing a subdivision of this size or any size. We hired Davenport engineers. They're a traffic engineer to prepare a traffic impact study. So they come out and they set their trip counters and actually measure the traffic for the given area. They prepared that report, sent it to the DOT with a recommendation to provide a symmetrical widening for the entrance off of Highway 87 or River Road. That symmetrical widening, basically what that means is the northbound lane, you're going to have a center turn lane to turn into the project, and coming southbound, you're going to have a right turn lane to turn into the project to not interfere with existing traffic movements. Those plans will have to be vetted and approved by the DOT. Right now, it's just them accepting the recommendation to provide the symmetrical widening. The second connection on to Highway 87 or River Road was mandated by the Emergency and Fire Department. Anytime you go over, I can't remember the threshold, 30, 40, 50 units, they want a secondary access with a siren-operated gate for emergency response time. Both gates, as I think we mentioned, are gated, or both entrances are gated and siren-operated. Regarding the Sandy Lane entrance, we did consider that. There are a lot of infrastructure items that are there. The restrictions outweighed the restrictions outweighed that from being a possibility. The right-of-way, for one, on Sandy Lane, I believe is only 30 feet. To get our roadway in there and our utilities, we're planning on tying into the pump station on Sandy Lane. The county requires a certain width of an easement, a utility easement outside the actual roadway width, and squeezing all these items into that location is very unfavorable. In addition to that, we also looked at the wetlands, which we had delineated. There's no way to tie that road into Sandy Lane without some pretty substantial impacts to additional wetlands. And the whole idea of laying this out as a PUD, it gave us more flexibility to not only work with the lot size, have flexibility in lot size and setbacks, but it also helped us to plan around the existing wetlands, the existing run of a small creek that meanders through the site, and the hardwoods that meander along that same creek. So we really tried to avoid the impact to the wetlands, and that connection onto Sandy Lane would kind of take us away from that goal.
Did you consider acquiring, as you go further up 211 past Sandy Lane, there's a lot that's laid out on the site plan that if you connected to it, you would be close to, no, never mind, I know what that property is, and they're not gonna, that's Duke Power.
Alderman Marcelo, go ahead.
Thank you. One of the things I'd like to point out, and I don't, is, or I've just got a few things. One is you're less than 2 units an acre, which actually keeps it in low density per our comprehensive plan. That's consistent with low density. Number 2 is you're asking for what, and Mo, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're asking for basically a downzoning from the highway commercial to a residential PUD. So when we talk about traffic and the future traffic, there's a whole different conversation about highway commercial property and the development that's allowed in highway commercial, both in height and the types of businesses and that sort of thing. So I'm correct in knowing that what you're asking for this is going to eliminate the highway commercial zoning in favor of PUD.
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
So I think that's important for us to, that's an important point, at least it is to me. And the fact that you have over 10.5 acres of open space in addition to the wetland.
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Alderman Kelly.
With the fact that it's going to be gated, even if you annex, will the city accept the roads, or will they be private roads?
They would be private.
I just wanted to verify.
Is there any other questions? Mo, could I ask you to go up to the mic? Sir, would you stay right there as well?
Yes,
so, when we had when you were talking about this, you were talking about 20-foot or 25-foot buffer, and this gentleman said he's actually going to make it 40-foot buffer. Do we have that in writing someplace? Is it? Okay, I just wanted to know why there's a difference in what the presentations were.
The 25-foot periphery boundary is from the rear lot line, and he is saying that they've pushed the lot lines in, so there is a 4. That's where the 40 comes in.
I just want to make sure there's no conflict in what's going on, and I thank you, sir, for doing that.
But that buffer's only as it relates to Old Baker.
Yes.
The 40-foot.
That's correct.
Okay, is there a motion on the floor?
Yes, I make a motion to approve, hang on. A motion to approve the proposed zoning map amendment from R20 and highway commercial to PUD as required, and the required master plan, and to include the statement of consistency in that. On
page 131.
Do I need to read that, or?
No, just reference it.
On 131 in the agenda packet.
Is there a second?
I think we have to consider these separately. You're proposing that we approve of this and accept the annexation all at once.
No, she's not doing the annexation. She's just doing the property. So the motion has been made. Is there a second to the motion? Okay. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I recognize that people have the right to use their property as they have a vested right to do. I recognize that this is actually a pretty good plan. I mean, if the site has to be developed, this is pretty good. But I just cannot find it in me to approve something that's going to add 1,000 car trips a day in and out of a road that is already extremely busy. I mean, we do not have to imagine what this will look like and what the problems will be, because we live it already, we see it every day. So,
Alderman Spencer.
I spoke with Ms. Hankins earlier, and I'm going to say it out loud, the less of two evils. Highway commercial is shopping centers, no trees, nothing but parking, nothing but concrete, versus this kind of a plan where we have homes. So I'm not excited about either one. I'll tell you, if you could connect the Sandy Run and allow your residents to get to Walmart, you'd be a very popular individual. Because they're going to be in danger if they drive their golf cart out on that road and try to get to Walmart. So it would help you for that, and it would help us out. I don't like your gated community, but that's where everybody's going, and I'm even ready to put one up on Photo Avenue for my dear friends that I love on Photo Avenue. So, hey, thank you. I'll be here on Friday.
Go ahead, Alderman Kelly.
I agree with Alderman Spencer. I think it's the less of the evils. If we have commercial businesses there, we're going to see a heck of a lot more trips than what the additional homes are going to be. And I think that the additional homes from the by right with the highway commercial to this PUD, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was only it was less than 20 units different as far as single-family homes versus businesses with the additional traffic of businesses in and out there. So that's where I am.
These are your neighbors, sir. Please take care of them. They've been there way longer.
And I do appreciate the additional, the 40 feet. That I think that is a really great way to come to the community and try and take into account the people that have been here a very long time. So any additional foliage that you can put up to block, I think that everyone would appreciate. And at this point, it's goodwill comes back here.
Any other comment? There's a motion on the floor. There's a second. All in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand. All opposed? It's 4-2. The motion passes. The next motion, Mo, do you have that for the annexation?
Yes, so this next item is the request for an annexation. The public hearing was held last month at your regular meeting. And again, this is for the request of 54.09 acres, which is contiguous to the city limits on the rear portion along Sandy Lane area, and it's on the Highway 87 River Road. It's for your consideration.
Motion to accept.
Okay,
Second.
is there, I'm sorry. Motion to accept, is there a second? There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, this is kind of a no-brainer at this point. So, my vote yes on this is because otherwise we get no benefit.
Correct.
So,
ditto what Alderman Carroll said.
Any other discussion?
Hey guys, we just talked about how this is going to suck much less than having commercial there.
Okay, all in favor of the motion to accept the request for annexation, please say aye and raise your hand. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Do you need a break? I'm sorry? You good? Okay. All right. The next item agenda is item number 7, UDO changes.
No break or what? No, okay. We did.
We just approved it.
Okay. I kind of picked up on the possibility that there might be interest in just moving this to a workshop, and some of this already is apparently is set for, I believe it's the 21st. However, I think that we really should consider sending to the planning board something that Travis Henley, before he left, came up with as a very good way of increasing open space in our subdivisions. And you all, I hope, all of the aldermen have this spreadsheet? Okay, you do, right? Okay, do you also have the sheet that gives us Travis's recommendations? And for the public, let me say that this was, I believe, incorporated in our old UDO before we updated the UDO. So when was the, okay, for whatever reason, we set a multiplier, which is 0.02 times the number of houses to come up with the amount of open space that would be required in a subdivision. And the most recent example that we have of that, of the effect of that, is Oakton, which came to us, 6 months ago? Okay, they're still in process, but the amount, they have 40 houses on 40 lots. Okay, at a 0.2, the open space for all of that is 0.8 of an acre. I mean, that's a sliver. And if we followed, and that's R10 zoning, if we followed what Travis had recommended, we would increase for R10, the multiplier would be 0.1. And if you look on the spreadsheet, then Oakton, with its 40 houses, or proposal for 40 houses, would be 3 acres. I'm sorry, would be 4 acres. Now, obviously, looking at that, because they've maximized the use of that entire tract, they would have fewer homes, so there would be less open space. But we would be benefiting considerably with more open space, more opportunity to deal with drainage, stormwater, and all of the benefits of open space, which we already heard in our presentation tonight on the master plan. This is what people overwhelmingly want: more natural open space wherever possible. So Oakton was R10, and if you also look at what Travis recommended for R20, that would be 1, and R10 would be 0.5. The reason to do this is we've got a lot of possible applications coming to us. We don't know when they're coming. Some of them are likely to be in the ETJ. A number of them could be, there's a lot of open space, a lot of unbuilt lots so far within the city limits, and of course in the ETJ. As the mayor pointed out, how many acres were in the ETJ yet to be developed?
Over 1,500.
Okay, so I would request tonight that we send Travis's recommendation along with the spreadsheet to the planning board for their recommendation about whether this would be a benefit and what they think about it. And with what are the pros and cons, and to make a recommendation to us pretty soon.
So moved.
Wait a minute. I'm still going on and on. That they take it up as quickly as possible, preferably this month's meeting, and get it back to us so that we're not left again unable to introduce as much open space as we would like in developments that are being applied to us.
Okay, there's been a motion, there's a second to the motion. I mean, there's been a motion made, there's a second to the motion. Is there any other discussion? Not seeing it, could you turn off your mic, ma'am? Not seeing any, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed? It's unanimous, it moves on. Alderman Carroll, were you going to make a recommendation on anything else on this particular topic?
Yeah, thank you. So I don't know how best to handle this, and one of the questions that I've posed is UDO changes in general, because it was brought to my attention that, well, just one example is that the UDO doesn't allow for 6-passenger golf carts, and I have one of those, but I don't have a wood-burning fire pit. So I believe it's in the UDO.
I think it must be in the Code of Ordinances.
Is it in the Code of Ordinance? Yeah. Okay, so that's something we need to, perfect, okay. So, but these are certainly something we either need to have a workshop or a task force or something to go through these and better understand where we need to make these corrections. So I don't know how we want to handle that, or if there needs to be.
Well, theoretically, no, theoretically, I think the mayor can just do a task force. But as I was talking to Alderman Carroll about that, there's no sense in the mayor trying to do that if it was not really the will of the board on this particular issue. So I would certainly entertain a motion that we do a task force, subcommittee, ad hoc, whatever you want, ad hoc, I guess is the right word, committee to look at the UDO changes that might be out there. They fall into two groups. I've been asking for this for like 3 years now. They fall into two groups. The aldermen have UDO things that they want to look at. The staff has UDO things. The planning board has UDO things. And we never put them all together. And then this board, who sets policy, prioritizes them. Because if we throw everything at the planning board at one time, it'll overwhelm them. And I don't say that in a negative term at all. It's just too much stuff. So we have the workshop. We put everything together. This board decides which is the priority ones that we want to do. It may be 5, it may be more, it may be less. And then we push them forward to the planning board in manageable tranches so that can happen. That was my thought that I think you and I were talking about. So I would entertain a motion on somewhere along that line.
To get this straight, you would like to have a task force. The task force then sends recommendations, then we have a workshop, or we just have a workshop? I prefer workshop.
The first thing I want to do is set up the ad hoc committee. I think that's a better term, because back control, we're going to be on that, because we're the ones who are going to have to vote on this. How we execute that later, the ad hoc committee can come up with ideas of how we're going to execute it. We're going to have to do workshops and discussion points. But we can fast-track some of these that need to be fast-tracked by identifying them, prioritizing them in the next month or two, literally in the next month or two, and then asking the planning board to look at them.
Yeah, Alderman Davis, one of the things that I think about is when we reduced the height restriction in the city limits, we were reacting to something. Yeah. And you know, I really think we need to take a more proactive approach to that type of stuff moving forward, so that we're not, so that things that don't fit within this, you know, concept that was laid out to us tonight about the comprehensive plan. Hell, we could probably stop right now and know enough to guide us, you know, but I understand the process. So how do we make sure we're in front of those things and not reacting? That's the, so, yeah, I mean, if we want to.
Sounds like you want an ad hoc committee.
Would you like to be on that? No, I'm not suggesting that, but yes, an ad hoc committee to address the specific, you know, and maybe what happens is they end up breaking that apart, you know, the UDO into multiple segments and looking at it from that perspective. So yeah, an ad hoc committee to review our current UDO and try to find these areas where we're lacking.
Dory, do you have something?
Yes, sir. I was just going to say that I know there are some things that the board finds more urgent that they want to move forward, but we are in the middle of the comp plan, and it would be nice to have that concluded before we make a lot of changes, because some of them we're just going to have to make again.
Well,
But some of them, like,
these changes will drive some of the comp plan, and it'll be complemented. I mean, there should be interaction with the ad hoc committee, with the people who are doing the comp plan, to see what data has already been collected and how that would work.
That's not how the process is. The UDO's not driving the comp plan. The comp plan drives the UDO.
The only problem is the comp plan's a year out.
Well, I appreciate but
and we are faced with potential development and things that need to be done. We addressed one of those tonight, but there are others that we need to look at, and how do we want. At the end of the day, the ad hoc committee could say, there's only two things that are high priority, and then this board votes on that. It's not the committee.
Well, one example I think that we need to kind of focus on is that mixed use conversation and increase in the number of parking spots from 1 to 2. So those are immediate, because that's going to continue to happen. These guys are going to continue to want to develop our town, and so how do we address those issues now?
I'll be real surprised if the master plan, the comprehensive master plan says anything about 6-person golf carts.
If I may chime in, you know, I think one of the tasks that ad hoc committee can do is a bit of triage. There are some things that just kind of make sense, right? And they need to be changed. The text amendments just need to be, you know, kind of fast-tracked. There may be some other things that need a little bit more conversation. Maybe the comp plan can help inform something, or more conversation is needed. So, I mean, I think that's a perfect task for the ad hoc committee to triage those.
because we have already turned in things that we know, speaking of triage, that we know need to be addressed. We had already done that.
Not seeing staff's recommendations or the things that staff is thinking about and would maybe want us to think about.
Would it be, so the list of stuff that we have turned in, and whatever else exists and whatever we continue to turn in, we could ask that the planning board focus on those items and get them back to us.
I'm not sure that the list we've turned in is as all-inclusive as the ad hoc committee might be able to flush out. There could be a few other things that might be bubbled to the top that we need to look at. So I don't think any of this is in conflict with what's already going on. It's only going to help put everything in one spot. Let us look at those. Let us, all of us, look at these things. Let all of us decide if there's a prioritization that will not be in conflict with the ongoing comprehensive plan, but need to be addressed now. And we set that policy. So it all falls together. If we came up, if this board came up with 72 things we need to push forward right away, that would be most likely in conflict with how the comprehensive plan is supposed to be. Putting 72 things together on a piece of paper and then saying we only want to look at these top 3 right now, that's a different thing. And we have that where we take the comprehensive plan a year from now, mesh it with the other things and put it together.
So what are you looking for? Are you looking for a motion that
I am looking for a motion to put an ad hoc committee together to look at UDO potential changes and to come back to this board with some suggestions of what ones we, all of us, might want to look at as a prioritization.
Well, I so move.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. Is there any discussion? Okay. Hearing no discussion, all in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand. There's no opposed. It passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We're on to item number 8. I will, but not right this minute. I want to get through this meeting. We're throwing up on the 9 o'clock. Okay? We'll do that by email in the next day or so. All right, I'm sorry. We're at item number 9, alleyway presentation. Yes.
Can I just make a motion since we're in this? It's just simply going to the planning board.
Mm-hmm.
Can I make a motion to refer the right-of-way amendment to the planning board for their consideration and text regarding text amendment?
There's a motion on the floor and a second discussion. All in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Now, item number 9. Alleyway presentation, I'm sorry.
Before we get started, Dory, do you mind if I ask a question?
Absolutely, go ahead.
How many times has this been on our agenda?
I think this is the 4th. Okay, so I'm not going to go through the whole presentation again. But there are several alleyways that are existing in the city of Southport. Many of them are on very old deeds and maps that have been recorded since Southport was first laid out. Most of the alleyways are identified as 10 feet wide, and most of them are not contiguous through several blocks of area, so it would be hard to form a trail system or a walking path. There are 4 deeds that I found that were abandoned by deed. And a lot of the alleyways that are existing are overgrown, and you cannot even see how wide they are or what's back there. So some people have cleared the alleyways and are using them for access to the backs of their property with golf carts or bicycles or pedestrians, of course. But city staff has not authorized this, of course, and we have not granted any permits to do such, at least as far as we've been here. Let's see. So there are some options moving forward. Because some of the alleyways are overgrown and we don't even know really what we have, we could have them surveyed and pay to have them cleared. City staff could do some of that, but because of the denseness of the vegetation and the height of the trees, we probably couldn't do all of it. And we have estimated $10,000 per acre. And then after that, the city could maintain them. The city can abandon the alleyways and divide the property between the adjacent property owners. We could take no action. If the alleys were wider or more contiguous, we could do some really cool things with it, but we don't have a lot to work with. So staff's recommendation is that we retain the ownership, but we allow the adjacent property owners to use the alleyways and to clear them if they'd like. and they can use them to access the back of the property with golf carts, just like some people are doing. Trees could be removed, but they would still have to get a tree removal permit and make sure that the tree qualifies for removal. And then residents would still not be allowed to install any encroachments or buildings in those alleyways.
I was going to say, I'd like to add that number 57 stone be used with wooden borders, a maximum of 2 inches high, the same thing we do in the other right-of-way, so that they have standards to follow and it's consistent.
And it's pervious?
And it's pervious, thank you.
So are you saying if they're building like a driveway and access?
If they're going to put access in, then have some standards for that, so that y'all, when they come to get a permit from Mo, then she says, okay, this is how you do it.
This is, so when we heard earlier about TND design or traditional neighborhood development, this is exactly what we're talking about. And this was 100 years ago, over 100 years ago. So this design that people can enter their home from the rear, they can park their cars back, homes are set closer to the streets to encourage conversation with the neighbors that are walking past. I think that this recommendation is spot on, and we need to adopt it and move forward.
I just have a question about the tree permit. Are we going to charge for a tree permit in the city alleyways?
There is no charge for a tree permit.
Okay, but there's no, it won't cost our citizens anything. They just have to come to us and say, hey, I want to take these trees out.
And pay to have it removed, yes.
Okay.
There's no cost for any tree permit in the city limits currently.
If they remove a tree, is it their expense? When they get the permit, we say yes, they remove it at their expense.
That's correct.
The only thing I want to point out to make sure that I'm correct on this, so that let's say 4 neighbors do this and they have this pathway there, it's still city property. So if somebody was to walk down that alleyway on our property, they would be allowed to do that. They're not taking ownership of it, they're just being allowed to use it. Okay.
Do I understand that we do not have a survey of the alleyways?
That is correct.
I do think we need to get that.
We don't need a survey because the owners of the property are going to have the survey. The adjacent property owners are going to know where it is. And they should be able to bring that. Maybe that's part of what Mo says. You've got to show me a survey on where you're putting it.
Yeah, I think that should be part of that application process. A survey. They have to, just like you're going to provide a survey to build a home, you provide a survey to build this road. I think that's a great idea.
To remove the adjacent alleyway.
Yeah. But that's not on us. We shouldn't spend any money on.
Yeah. Hate to spend that money, but at the same time, as we've already learned, people are pretty much unaware, or some people are unaware of the right-of-way and where that is and where their property ends and ours begins as right-of-way. So you would think that people would have surveys, but they don't all.
If someone applies for a building permit, they have to have a survey. And some of the historical maps that were referenced do show the width of the right-of-way and the alleyways and things like that. But some of them are so overgrown now, unless we literally tried to find a map for every single parcel that's out in Southport, we would not be able to connect the dots.
So without a survey, you're saying they can't do anything?
If the board wishes that to be part of the process, yes.
Does the board need a survey to cut trees in their own right of way? So we need, if there is a tree that's in that alley, we need to cut it now because it won't get any smaller. Why would we wait for someone else to? If there is a tree that's grown in that alley that's prohibited the use of the alley, we should have maintained it. We should be clearing it.
Mark, the only question I have for you that is I'm not actually disagreeing with your idea. But every time we go to a vendor, somehow the cost of doing something, because I'm going to turn to Mr. Lay, the prices we get are astronomical as opposed to if you went to go do it. I don't know why that is. But it's up there for $10,000 an acre. and we don't have the money right now. So I'm looking at this as this can start the process. We're moving forward. We've done this thing 4 times now and never moved on anything. This might be a good first step. And to use Alderman Kelly's line, we may not be looking for perfect, we're just looking for good right now.
And if, it depends on if the property owners want to open the alley. That's basically how you refer to it, is if they want to open up the alley, then they can make it be that. I don't think it's the city's necessarily all right-of-ways do we cut trees out of. So I think that is a utilization.
I've heard the complaint that we're not maintaining these things.
I think those are 2 different things. We can separate them for purposes of tonight, having this plan go forward with the provisions. I'm hoping we captured them somehow. And we move this in the first step. And the second step, Mark, I've been in this idea that we should take the alleyways back eventually, but we just don't have the money to do it. So, I'm sorry, was there a motion? I can't remember. Okay.
So I'd like to make a motion to accept staff's recommendation with the provision that they use 57 stone and wood, 4x4 wood borders, not to exceed 2 inches above the horizontal plane. And they must provide a survey at time of application.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? There's a second. There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye and raise your hand. It is a unanimous thank you.
I'd like to thank staff for bringing this forward.
Okay, let's do something that will be very easy. Board committee appointments.
I have a motion to make. I know of at least one of the board or committees, the recommendation from the designated interviewing group for that committee did not turn out to be unanimous. That being the case, and I've heard that it may be the case with a couple of others, I'd like to recommend that when we are taking up each of the boards or committees, that we have a separate motion for each person nominated. In other words, if you've got a 2 to 1 outcome from interviews, what are you going to do about that? I would say let's do these one by one. Now, some of these are unanimous, and therefore, unless there's any objection, we could just approve those. But where there is not unanimity in the nominations, then I think we should do those 3 people or 4 people, however many are openings we're filling, should be done separately for each person, for each.
So, for clarity, in the past, there might be 3 people up for 3 different positions, and we kind of voted on all 3 at one time. You're asking that each one be voted on separately, so if it's unanimous, it'll be probably a quick fix. If it's not unanimous, there may be some discussion and a vote on that. Is that what you're trying to say?
Absolutely, you said it better than I.
Okay, that's the motion that's on the floor. Is there a second to that?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
I need to be clarified. So if the interviewing committee was in agreement for whoever, that can be said all, or no, they still have to be one at a time? I'm just trying to understand what the motion is.
In theory, a unanimous decision by this recommending group of people is a recommendation. It's not, that's what happens. This board votes. So we would look at each one. But if one was all three were in agreement, it probably would move along much quicker. Okay? So there's a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand. Is there any opposed? It's unanimous. Okay, let's go forward. Planning Board, that would be Alderman Kelly and Lay.
I think Alderman Lay is going to take this one this evening.
We're unanimous. Interviews for one city seat, one ETJ seat, and one ETJ alternate seat were held on the 24th of May and the June 10th. We talked to a total of 7 people. We asked them all the same questions. We alternated asking this one, why. I'm sorry, there we go. The panel, as I said, was unanimous in our conclusions. One of the things we looked at was having some continuity and experience. As a result of that, we decided that Fred Fiss should be appointed by the alderman for his first full term. He's been filling an unexpired term till now. For the ETJ, with hopes that we still have an ETJ, the panel was unanimous that the members currently serving Chris Jones and Scott Jones be forwarded to the county commissioners for their appointment for these individuals to remain on the board. However, the panel recommends that Chris Jones be forwarded to the county and to appoint them as the regular ETJ position, and that Scott Jones be forwarded as the alternate. And again, the panel is appreciative of all the 7 people that showed an interest, and we thank them for their efforts.
All right, I'm not sure we have to go through the thing of a motion, do we? For each one of these? I can't remember. We do? All right, there's a motion on the floor to accept the 3 recommendations. Is there a second? There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Forestry.
Thank you, Mayor. In cooperation with the city's efforts to fill vacancies, we conducted the interviews on May 13th. Present for the interviews were the committee chair, Scott Lynn, Mayor Pro Tem Rebecca Kelly, and myself as liaison. All 3 applicants, we had a total of 3 applicants, and so all 3 applicants expressed a desire to serve the community as a member of the committee, as well as committing to undertaking further training or education opportunities as appropriate to maximize their contribution and contribution to committee business. Each of the applicants would be an asset to the community. Ms. Smith and Mr. Donaldson have several years of experience serving on the committee already, and Mr. Gooding would be new to the board and would bring a wealth of knowledge and experience as a retired forester. So the interview committee was in agreement, and in the form of a motion, I would like to ask the board's consideration of the following appointments for Forestry Committee. Mr. Gerald Donaldson to reappoint to the committee as a consulting member. Ms. Roxy Smith reappoint to the committee as a full member, and Mr. Mark Gooding appointment to the committee as a full member.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. Beautification Committee.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the Southport Beautification Committee, the volunteer applicant interviews were completed on June 7th. We are grateful for the citizens that have volunteered to serve on the Beautification Committee. The interviews were conducted by the Beautification Committee Chair, Lynn Guyman, Rob Thatcher, Vice Chair, and myself as liaison. We respectfully submit to the board for the board's consideration the following recommendations to fill the 4 open Beautification Committee positions. We recommend renewing the terms of the 3 applicants who are currently serving on the board as board members. They are Lawrence Ashley, Joe Feikenster, and Kay Brennan. Each of these individuals has contributed greatly to the team's success of the Beautification Committee. Additionally, to fill the 4th vacancy, we recommend the appointment of Ms. Laura McHattie. Ms. McHattie has previously volunteered at the Pollinator Garden, helped with holiday events, and has a degree in horticulture. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Lawrence Ashley, Lowe Feikenster, and Karen Brennan and Laura McHattie to serve on the Beautification Committee.
Is there a second? There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye and raise your hand. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you very much. The next is Parks and Recreation.
And I'm recused from this.
I'm the liaison to Parks and Recreation, and I and the chairman, and because the committee does not have a vice chairman, we had one other member as our interviewing committee. We had 6 applicants, and we were unanimous on 2 of the applicants, so I propose that we consider those first. And those are Stephanie Jackson and Emma Thomas. They already serve on the committee and have considerable experience and had input into the Parks and Recreation Master Plan and so on. So I'd like to move first that we reappoint Stephanie Jackson and Emma Thomas.
Is there a motion and a second? Any discussion? All in favor say aye and raise your hand, please. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Okay, we had a 3rd opening, and that's the one that we were not unanimous on. It was a 2-to-1. As is the case with all of the interviewing committees, the questions that are asked of the applicants are the same questions. Level playing field. Everybody gets exactly the same questions. And among those questions were, are you familiar with the Parks and Recreation Master Plan? Are you familiar with the Parks and Recreation Committee mission statement? And how do you feel that your experience and skills would fit that? And 3rd, have you attended a Parks and Recreation Committee meeting? And only one of the applicants, other than obviously Stephanie and Emma, said yes, and that was Karen Boyle. The others had no familiarity really with any of those. They had not been to meetings. They could not answer the questions about master plan and mission statement. And some were vaguely aware that there was a master plan, but were not familiar with it at all. So that is, plus I felt that the candidate that I voted for also came with very good ideas about things that the committee could get involved in with additional volunteers for activities, for after-school programs and so on, things that the committee could engage in that would be good for the community. So the other person, the applicant who got 2 votes was Vicki Potter, and there's nobody here from the interviewing committee to speak to the reasons that they voted for her. I can summarize it in that they felt that she's a very, very long time. She wasn't born in Southport, but she almost was. Moved to Southport very quickly, and she had filled a position that on the Board of Aldermen back in 2009 that was vacated when her husband had to give up his alderman seat because of work commitments. So that was those 2 votes. My vote was for Kieran Boyle, and I leave it to you all. You have the applications in front of you.
So to be clear, Alderman Davis, are you making a recommendation for that person, for Carrie?
I move that we appoint Kieran Boyle to the planning, say again? Boyan. Kieran Boyan, to the Parks and Recreation Committee.
Is there a second? I'm sorry, there's a motion on the floor and there's a second. Is there any discussion?
Just looking over the applications, I think that it's important to mention that all candidates have wonderful attributes, and certainly being here a very long time is wonderful, and I fall under that category. Certainly not as long as Ms. Potter has been here. But I think that there's value in having a bachelor's in physical education and a master's in exceptional children and being an adventure-based trainer for our Parks and Rec. I think that that brings a lot of value for our community.
Any other comments? All in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. All opposed? It's 4 to 1, I'm sorry. It moves forward. The next one is historic preservation.
The HPC has 2 vacancies and 2 members that are currently on the Historic Preservation Commission did make application, and it is the unanimous recommendation to reappoint Bonner Herring and Joanne Wesson.
Is there a second to that? There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Alderman Kelly, do you have discussion? Okay. All in favor say aye and raise your hand. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you very much. The last one is the Cemetery Committee.
Thank you, Mr.
Alderman
Mayor.
Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not exactly, I've always been struggling with this committee. So it's set up that we don't pick many of them. Most of them are put into positions because of their position on other, like beautification, the Historical Society. But I was told that beautification doesn't really do anything in the cemeteries anymore. And then the Historical Society is really not partaking in that process. So I'm wondering, I'm not really appointing but one position here today, and the other ones are just automatics. So do I go through those automatics?
Yeah, we have it.
I cannot remember Miss Lynn's last name. She's from the beautification, and then we have Guyman, and then Musette Steck, I believe, has the, right? Okay, so then we have one position that is available. We met, there was a 3-person panel, myself, the chairman, and the co-chair. We did not agree. It was 2 to 1. All the applicants had a lot of input and a lot to offer. and I'm going to have to go against what was the vote was for the 2 to 1 on the nomination. I feel like Mr. Miller, who is in the funeral business in the local area, has a lot of knowledge of local cemeteries. During his interview, he was giving us stuff that we haven't even thought about. His experience as he went through, as he does his job throughout the southeastern North Carolina area, how cemeteries work, what their policies are. So he's got invaluable knowledge that we need. And it was suggested that we wouldn't need him but for a year. So let's don't put him on there. I disagree. Also, Mr. Miller is local, and he has people that are in the cemetery that he maintains and understands the difficulties and the issues that will coming forward. So I will make a nomination to appoint David Miller to the one position on the cemetery committee.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any comment?
I would like to, I think also Tom Lombardi, it was his position that we had appointed him to that has come available, and he reapplied. I would certainly want us to honor his service.
Yes, I agree. He's done invaluable. New voices, just like the last motion, new voices, new opinions, people that have practical applicable knowledge. So,
Alderman Spencer, is it my understanding that Mr. Miller is on a first-name basis with many of the other cemetery personnel, and that if we wanted best practices and had a question of why they do X or Y, he could call them and, say, hey, Bill, tell me why this is happening?
I will be the first one to admit I've known David Miller all my life, and he impressed me in this interview. I had heard things out of him that I'd never heard him talk about. We don't normally talk about serious things, but Mr. Miller, he has a really strong hand on what's happening as he goes through the business of burying people all over. I was impressed. They were too. I'm just surprised at the vote.
All right. I'm sorry.
So, and I just want to, since he's in the business, then that's not a conflict of interest or anything. I don't know how that would arise. I guess that's a Brady question. That would just be my question.
And Counselor, you're shaking your head no, that would not be a conflict.
I mean, no, I think if anything, to have that sort of expertise would probably be a benefit than any sort of conflict.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. There's a second. Any more discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. All opposed? Okay, it's 5-1. And that ends the Board of Committee reappointments. The committee reports are in your package. Do you have something for the manager's report? Oh, wow, okay.
Thank you. Just some information about the utilities. The last City of Southport utility bills went out on May 26th. With one exception, River Mist will be billed again on June 26th for sewer usage. After that, Southport Utilities will not be mailing any utility bills. Brunswick County anticipates their first bill will be for a 6-week service period and will be due around August the 1st. We cannot accept any payments for bills issued by Brunswick County Utilities. As of June 18th, the City of Southport Utilities Office will no longer open new water sewer accounts, close accounts, or update personal payment information. The utility payment drop boxes will be removed around June 30th, and the last day to make utility payments in person at the City Hall is July 15th. There is a years of service to celebrate, and that person is Amanda Clem, 27 years as a school counselor.
Is that it, ma'am?
Actually, I'm sorry, there's a lot of others. Maureen Moore, Recreation Program Supervisor. Brandy Moore, Recreation Assistant. David Kelly, Buildings and Grounds Supervisor. Shaniqua Fennell, I believe, Recreation Assistant. Thomas Lott, he's a volunteer firefighter. Jason Hill, Kevin Smith, Grace Vaughn, Cheyenne, 2 years. Winter Durham, Benjamin Armstrong, Michael Williams, Lexus Hankins, and Corinda Hall.
We got through a lot of stuff today, and it went very smoothly, and I thank all of you. I have no other comments because we have to go into a closed session, but board comments? Alderman Marsteller? Alderman Carroll? Alderman Davis?
Real quick, because the water and sewer bill that people are going to get in September is going to look high because it's for 6 weeks. Let's be sure that we keep reminding people that that's what that bill is for and that they're not all of a sudden getting clobbered.
We are going to be putting together a lot of public information, yes, with the help of Cheyenne.
Alderman Kelly?
I just wanted to, for anyone who missed the public comment that's watching online or now is going back to watch it later, I would encourage you to go back and watch Sue Hodgen's understanding and explanation of what's happening with the bill at the House and now moving on to the Senate, and how that is going to affect the city of Southport moving forward. And please take the time to reach out to Senator Rabin and any other senators that you may know or have influence with. And certainly if you have friends in other areas, have them reach out to their local senators on our behalf as well. This could be extremely detrimental, not only to the city of Southport, but also to those who are in the ETJ who do not fully understand the ramifications of losing the planning and zoning from Southport and going to the county.
Alderman Spencer.
I want to get out of here just like everyone else. I agree, Ms. Hodges. She did a great synopsis of what has happened. People don't understand that we've got a good quality. I don't agree with all the UDO ordinances and the issues that the regulations, but it does give us a blanket of protection. I don't think that Smithfield Woods understands that if we lift our UDO, that Airbnb can be in any property, anywhere in the ETJ. I got run out of office over Airbnb. I don't think people want it. I've gotten used to having an Airbnb next to me. They have funerals. It's strange. It's flat out strange. So they need to be careful about jumping on the bandwagon, because they really can cut their nose off to spite their face. Again, Mr. Miller and I have grown up all my life. I don't agree with this. I'm sorry. I'm really concerned about the future of Southport. Mayor Alt and I went to Raleigh. Mayor Alt, you did a great job. It was doomed from the beginning, but you went there and you stood up and you said what you had to say. I'm disturbed by it. I'm scared by it. And I'm hoping that we'll get a resolution here real soon. Otherwise, I'll pass.
Alderman Lay.
I think it'd be wise for everyone to pay close attention to what Sue said. Pay really close attention, because the ramifications of that, we don't even want to think about the damage that could do. So, I mean, thank you for what you did. It was very eloquent, right to the point. Thank you.
Excuse, just,
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask that perhaps we ask Ms. Hodges to send us those notes so that we can put them in the minutes.
Would you be so kind to do that, ma'am? Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Very, very quickly. We haven't been sitting on our hands from the get-go. The first time there was even a whisper that this was coming up, we have had closed session meetings where the mayor has updated us on what we know. He met with the commissioners, and it looked like had killed the idea. They had come up with a letter to send to the legislature asking that all ETJs in the whole county be eliminated. And it came down, unfortunately, ultimately. What?
I don't know if some of that can be disclosed.
Oh. Am I talking about something?
So the factual part, there was a vote, there's public knowledge. The vote was 3-2. We talked about that earlier tonight by the commissioners. And so the rest of it is probably best left for the closed session.
It is and should be public information. I mean, there's nothing that keeps it from being. That you and Alderman Spencer went to the legislature when the House of Representatives committees were considering this and spoke, and then met with our representatives, all to no avail. I mean, it has gone to the Senate, and I'm sure that you're not done fighting for us.
There were also numerous conversations one-on-one with each of the county commissioners that I personally had, as well as with a state-level representative. So we have been working trying to get this dealt with as expeditiously as possible.
This is an all-aboard issue. So before, you know, the mayor, the position of the office of the mayor often goes and does the speaking. But this board knows what's going to be said. They've agreed to what's going to be said, and we continuously converse about the topic. So we're working on it. In fact, we're going to be talking about some stuff later. And with that said, I would entertain a motion to go into closed session for North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A3. There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Thank you. We're in closed session. Unanimous, thank you.